Are you ready? Let's begin. Let the smartest team take the win. Honorable judges, esteemed guests, and my brilliant participant, I would like to welcome you all for the Battle of Books 2025. Today is the battle. It's not just any day. This battle would be fought with the wisdom of knowledge. This competition, remember, is not just about winning or losing. This competition is to celebrate the joy of reading. This competition is to challenge yourself to become the best version of yourself. As Dr. Seuss said, the more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you go. But before beginning the competition, let's seek some blessing from the recitation of Holy Quran. And for the Kirat, I would like to call Aish Rise.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا صدق الله العظيم.
For the translation, I would like to call Ishal Zahanzeb.
When Allah's help and victory come, and you see people entering Allah's religion in multitudes, glorify and praise your Lord and seek forgiveness. Verily, He is ever accepting of repentance.
Jazakallah khair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for the national anthem and pay tribute to our country. Now that we have started with the blessing and unity, it's time to ignite the knowledge, or battlefield of knowledge. With that, I would like to welcome our beautiful lady who is Ma'am Zilehuma. She is the head of Teacher Learning Unit. With the remarkable contribution to the field of education, she has become instrumental in training and empowering teachers to excel their work. Her dedication, expertise, and passion for lifelong make her inspirational for many. Please, Ms. Zilehuma, put your hands together for Ma'am Zilehuma.
Thank you so much, Hareem, and I was surprised to hear all that. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Battle of the Books, and I warmly welcome all the judges, guests, our dedicated teachers, and most importantly, the brilliant readers who have come today. This event is not just a competition, I would say. It's a reading revolution, because IUSS for the past 5 years has gathered schools from all around Karachi, I believe. And we have proved that books are not just pages with words. They are actually our dreams, our wishes that we want to live or fulfill. So today, when you are sitting over here and when you'll come in front, you'll experience that. And you'll see how wonderful this journey is. And you need to remember that this is not a competition where you are competing with each other. You'll collaborate, but you need to remember that you need to have fun while you are having this competition. So I welcome you. But before I move down, I would like to ask just one question. Who has a book over here today? Not the competition books. Anybody in the audience? Not the students. Maybe somebody else? Does anybody have a book? Oh, that's lovely. So my favorite writer, Robin Sharma, says, an avid reader always has a book in their hand or with them, like I have in my bag. And IUSS, along with its mission, also believes that we need to create avid readers all over our lives, and we are trying to contribute to that mission. And we need to make sure, while we are reading, we are also expressing our thoughts with it. So let your imagination soar today, and you would cherish these memories when you'll move out of it, out of this room. So I welcome everybody, and let's have a very thrilling and exciting competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zile. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our judges for today's battle. We have Sir Munir. Please put your hands together for Sir Munir. Sir Munir is a dedicated educator with a wealth of experience and expertise in the field of education. He holds a certificate in English language teaching to adults from the University of Cambridge, along with the MPhil in education from Aga Khan University Institute Educational Development, where he graduated with distinction. With over decades of professional engagement, Munir has served in diverse capacities, including teacher mentor, counselor, and teacher educator. Commencing his career as a primary teacher, he swiftly ascended to the role of assistant academic coordinator, propelled by his unwavering commitment to fostering quality teaching and learning environments. Munir currently works as a specialist as teaching and learning at Aga Khan University, leading and conducting globally certified faculty development and training workshop. Welcome, sir. Then we have a lady named Tahira Bano. She is a seasonal educator with master's degree in economics and education, and professional training from University of Nebraska, USA. She serves as the O-level coordinator, English teacher, and leading institute, including Beacon House, Convent of Jesus and Mary, and Alpha Corps. With extensive experience in teaching English as a first language, she also coordinates the English Work Program, sponsored by U.S. Consulate in Karachi. To develop students' employability skills, her expertise span multiple renowned schools, and she is dedicated teacher trainer in dynamic of teaching. Welcome, ma'am. Now we have S.M. Yusuf. He is an energetic professional who started his career from Pakistan American Culture Center, where he had the honor of being the youngest teacher in the entire history of PACC. Please clap for him. He did MA English from Sindh University and MPhil Linguistics from Iqra University. There are many organizations like pharmaceuticals, companies, financial institutes, software houses, and multinational companies where he has conducted a variety of training courses. Apart from corporate level training, he has been preparing students for IELTS, PTE, OET, SAT, CSS, O-levels and A-levels for a very long time. Welcome on board, sir. So guys, are you ready? Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? Let's dive into the battle. Let me welcome. Please put your hands up for cluster 1. Let's begin with the round 1. Okay, for cluster 1, I would like to call Ziauddin School and College, okay, before diving into the competition, let's have an opening speech of Sir Rizwan. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call Sir Rizwan on stage. Sir Rizwan Saeed holds master degree in business management from University of Surrey, UK, with over 2 decades of experience in the global publishing industry. Rizwan has worked with prominent publishers in the UK, USA, and Australia. Currently, Rizwan serves as a director of sales of Kifayat Publisher. Please put your hands together.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all the honored guests, respected parents, and most importantly, our young readers. It is truly an honor for me to be your guest speaker today at the Battle of Books, which celebrates the joy of knowledge, the thrill of intellectual challenge, And this competition in its fifth year is more than just a test of memory. It is more than a test of just quick thinking. It is a gateway to lifelong learning, a journey of curiosity and imagination. Reading is one of the most powerful tools that we have. It allows us to travel across time and space, to step into the shoes of others, to explore new perspectives, and to experience emotions that we may never have experienced otherwise. We learn not only from history and science, but through books, we learn about emotions such as kindness, resilience, and human spirit. For students gathered here today, Battle of Books is a testament to your dedication, teamwork, and passion for stories. You have worked really hard for the past few months as you have immersed yourself into characters, unraveled mysteries, and analyzed themes, sharpening your comprehension and critical thinking skills. Remember, your victory is not winning, but in learning, in forming friendships that you will strengthen during this course, and the love for reading that you will nurture. To educators and parents, bravo. Your role in fostering this culture of reading is invaluable by encouraging young minds to pick up a book, ask questions, and think critically. You are shaping the leaders of the future. So, congratulations to all the teams that have made it to the final round. May the best team win. Let the Battle of Books begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Rizwan, for a wonderful speech. Now I would like to call Cluster 1 for the round 1. And for team, I'm calling their names. Ziauddin School and College, please come. Okay. Habib Public School. Please put your hands together. Cheer up for them. Now we have Head Start School System, North Nazimabad. Aliyabad Community School. BVS Parsi High School. Happy Home School. Everyone, please welcome Ms. Kashmala on stage. She will be the reader of the competition. Please put your hands together. Show me your energy, students.
Hello.
Welcome everyone. We are going to start with the first round. Ziauddin, this is the first round. First question, I will be asking 10 questions. In which book does a captive manage to break free from confinement? In which book does a captive manage to break free from confinement?
Time is up.
Second question. In which book does a character cope with revealing the truth to protect an innocent person?
Time is up.
Hello, hello, hello.
Question 3. In which book do the characters navigate an unfamiliar land as part of their journey?
Time is up.
Hello, hello, hello.
On 5 Island.
Question 4. ठीक है.
Hello, hello.
Question 4. In which book is a character's relative frequently seen indulging in social gatherings?
Repeat the question.
In which book is a character's relative frequently seen indulging in social gatherings? Question 5. In which book is a character instructed to comply with a request to avoid an encounter?
Time is up.
Only the title is correct.
The Secret Garden by Francis Horton Burnett.
Correct. Question number 6. In which book does a character secretly overhear a scheme to harm another?
Repeat the question.
In which book does a character...
Time is up.
Question 7. In which book does a character fail to uphold a sacred promise?
Time is up.
Question number 8. In which book is a character constantly overlooked by someone they care about?
The Secret Garden by Francis Cotton Burnett. Mary care about Colin.
Correct. Question number 9. In which book does a group establish a temporary shelter near a body of water?
The Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. Question number 10. In which book is a character advised to leave home and set sail on a ship?
The Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. They have to shift on a...
Only the title is correct. The title and the author both are correct. Question 11. In which book do the characters stumble upon Team B, Happy Home?
Hello.
In which book? This is a test. This is a testing. This is round 1, and each team will be asked 10 questions. So each Each team will be given 30 seconds to answer each question. This is a testing question. In which book do the characters advise to leave home and set sail on a ship?
Hello, hello, hello.
Say it again.
So, but I need
Time is up. I was taking.
Daniel Defoe. Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Hello. Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Are you ready? First question. In which book do characters decide to row toward the shore instead of heading for another vessel?
The famous 500 Treasure Island by Ellen Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters face exhaustion as their supplies diminish?
Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book must the characters decipher a series of clues to progress?
Famous 500 Treasure Island by Ellen Blyton.
Correct. In which book does an epidemic affect the character's family?
The Secret Francis Hodgenberg.
Correct. In which book does a character insist on attending a celebration despite resistance?
Secret Garden by Francis Hodgenberg.
Correct. In which book does one character strike another on the head?
Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does a character's future self reflect on their younger self's tendency to act impulsively?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgenberg.
Correct. In which book does a character discover a house after finally stepping beyond their usual surroundings?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does an enigmatic location play a pivotal role?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book does an enigmatic location play a pivotal role?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book are bodies exhumed to uncover hidden truths?
Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. Team 3, BVS Parsi. I request all the participants to say the full name of the title, full title, and the author name as well. Team 3, question 1. In which book does a character receive training in vital skills for surviving at sea?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a group take refuge in a cave for several days?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do friends stumble upon an ancient relic?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book does a character remain asleep and in distress for over a day?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book does a character unexpectedly find themselves in a deserted house?
Repeat the question, please.
In which book does a character unexpectedly find themselves in a deserted house?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters inscribe their initials using their own blood?
Repeat, please.
In which book do the characters inscribe their initials using their own blood?
Famous 515 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book is a character forced to swim to shore while facing the threat of being shot?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character, spoiled by excessive indulgence, grow selfish and controlling?
Repeat, please.
In which book does a character, spoiled by excessive indulgence, grow selfish and controlling?
Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book do friendships endure hardships that put loyalty to the test?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book does a child gain fame after uncovering something of great significance?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. Team 4. First question. In which book is a character encouraged to embrace a life of simplicity and humility?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a child become lost in a dark cave with a companion?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book do the characters uncover a long buried secret tied to an ancient location?
The Famous Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a character encounter a small, twisting creature?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a character despise someone due to their modest origins?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book do children eavesdrop on a concealed plan being discussed?
Can you please repeat the question?
In which book do children eavesdrop on a concealed plan being discussed?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does a character's lofty dream crumble due to an unforeseen setback?
Repeat the question.
In which book does a character's lofty dream crumble due to an unforeseen setback?
Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book is a character responsible for raising 5 children?
The Famous Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book does a crucial map set the characters on a journey to a hidden prize?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book does a child wrestle with guilt for remaining silent about a serious event?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. Team 5, are you ready? First question. In which book does a character create tools and build shelter using only the natural resources?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character use deception and wit to influence others?
The Secret Gardens by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book does a rivalry emerge between groups while unraveling a mystery?
The Famous Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a character's actions earn them a mocking nickname related to their pursuits?
Can you repeat?
In which book does a character's actions earn them a mocking nickname related to their pursuits?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book is a character's home depicted as an aged, isolated dwelling filled with mystery?
The Secret Gardens by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a character's intelligence lead them to a valuable reward?
The Famous Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book is a character forced to endure and adapt to extreme conditions for survival?
The Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character learn about another person's past through circulating rumors?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do characters rejoice after discovering a long lost treasure?
The famous 5 on Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. Last question. In which book do characters witness an unsettling event in a place meant for remembrance?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. Team 6. Ready? First question. In which book does a character feel threatened by the possibility of being pursued by others?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book does a character fearing punishment ultimately choose to confess the truth?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book do quick thinking prove essential in overcoming obstacles?
The famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book is a character taken to a new place under the supervision of another?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a character recount unsettling tales about their housemaster?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a group find themselves in danger after becoming lost beneath the surface?
The famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book are people rescued by a group once considered their adversaries?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character's deep appreciation for nature lead to an unexpected transformation?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book does a concealed location play a significant role in the story?
Repeat.
In which book does a concealed location play a significant role in the story?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a character gain widespread recognition after making an extraordinary discovery?
Repeat.
In which book does a character gain widespread recognition after making an extraordinary discovery?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect.
Well done, students. Please clap for them. Okay, now let's call other 6 schools. Let me call them Khadija Qazi Ali Memorial Higher School. Please come. Cluster 1. Then we have Fatiha Academy. Please put your hands together for Mama Parsi. The Bridge School, please come forward. Building Blocks School. In Shoal International. Students, are you settled down? Yes? Take a deep breath and relax.
Hello.
We are going to start with Khadija Qazi. School. Khadija Qazi School. First question. In which book does a character manage to flee from a threatening group of people?
The famous five on a treasure island.
Incorrect. In which book is a character perceived as less of a threat due to their youth?
Repeat.
In which book is a character perceived as less of a threat due to their youth?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters unexpectedly gain the support of an unlikely ally?
Repeat. Repeat.
In which book do the characters unexpectedly gain the support of an unlikely ally?
The famous five on a treasure island by Annette Bladden.
Correct.
Hello. Hello.
In which book is the character's home filled with locked and shadowed rooms?
Repeat.
In which book is the character's home filled with locked and shadowed rooms?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book do the characters gradually fall asleep to the sound of falling rain?
Repeat.
In which book do the characters gradually fall asleep to the sound of falling rain?
The Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book do characters discover a mysterious chest containing valuable objects?
The famous five on a treasure island by Annette Bladden.
Incorrect. In which book does a character set out to establish a livelihood through trade?
Repeat.
In which book does a character set out to establish a livelihood through trade?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character hesitate to follow given instructions?
Repeat.
In which book does a character hesitate to follow given instructions?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do friends come face to face with a mysterious and captivating stranger?
The famous five on a treasure island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a character cleverly evade punishment by using wit and quick thinking?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. Pass the mic, please. First question. In which book does a character reunite with someone dear to them after enduring a major conflict?
Repeat.
In which book does a character reunite with someone dear to them after enduring a major conflict?
Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book does a community rejoice upon uncovering a long hidden fortune?
Famous Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book does a journal play a crucial role in unfolding the story?
Repeat.
In which book does a journal play a crucial role in unfolding the story?
The famous Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a character insist on being dressed by their servants?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a character experience satisfaction after changing their attire?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a chilling event take place in a burial ground?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does a character become stranded in an unfamiliar place following an unforeseen disaster?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character refuse to eat their morning meal?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book do the characters traverse a land filled with concealed dangers?
Repeat.
In which book do the characters traverse a land filled with concealed dangers?
Famous Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a character witness a terrifying scene during a late night excursion?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct.
Can you all listen me? Hello? I would be very thankful if the silence be, there. The teams are playing. There's a competition going on. The judges are here. Okay? Can I see the thumbs up? All of you? Thank you so much.
First question. In which book does the main character rely on a firearm to hunt for sustenance?
Robinson
Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book do a group of children venture into a cave only to find themselves unable to escape?
The famous five. The famous five on a treasure island.
Incorrect. In which book do friends gather around a campfire, exchanging stories with one another?
Famous five on a treasure island.
Correct. In which book does a character speak about a place that has remained closed for the past 10 years?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a character find joy in listening to lively and cheerful songs?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a character cleverly persuade others to complete their tasks by making the work appear enjoyable?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book is an animal sacrificed in an attempt to impress a certain group of people? Correct. In which book does a character spot a bird perched above the walls of a secluded place? Correct. In which book is the history of a particular landform gradually uncovered? In which book is the history of a particular landform gradually uncovered?
Five on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. Last question. In which book does an entire town become engrossed in a courtroom trial as they await justice?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. I request everyone to clap after the round, not after every question. Thank you. Next team, ready? Question 1. In which book does...
Yes. My name is Umar.
Question 1. In which book does the main character bake bread using wheat they have cultivated?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character gain recognition for exposing the truth in a critical situation?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book do the characters struggle with moments of self-doubt?
Please repeat the question.
In which book do the characters struggle with moments of self-doubt?
The famous five on a treasure island by Eden Bilcher.
Correct. In which book does a character come to a realization that they too are lonely?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson.
Correct. In which book does a character depart, leaving behind only a simple farewell?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does a character depart, leaving behind only a simple farewell?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book does a courtroom trial take center stage as an innocent person faces accusations?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book do the characters carelessly use up their ammunition by hunting for sport?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character attempt to form a friendship with someone?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters come up with a clever scheme?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book is a small town disturbed by a crime that takes place in a burial ground?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson.
Incorrect. Next team. Are you ready? Test the mic.
My name is Hamza.
First question. In which book does a man learn to craft clothing from animal hides?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a group of friends embark on a quest to find a hidden fortune?
The famous five on a treasure island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book do friends take bold risks in pursuit of a valuable prize?
Repeat the question.
In which book do friends take bold risks in pursuit of a valuable prize?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a character experience a revival of spirit after indulging in her imagination?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a character hear the distant sound of a child weeping?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book do the characters visit a graveyard at night to test an unusual remedy for lumps?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does a character construct a small boat to explore an unknown island?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book does a character construct a small boat to explore an unknown island?
The famous five on a treasure island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book does a character linger in the doorway held back by a fierce rainstorm?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book do friends grow wiser by learning from their past mistakes?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book does a child secretly witness a crime unfold under the cover of night?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book does a child secretly witness a crime unfold under the cover of night?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. First question. In which book does the main character keep a parrot as a companion?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a child cleverly turn a fence painting chore into a task for others?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book must the friends gather courage to face their challenges?
Repeat.
In which book must the friends gather courage to face their challenges?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island, written by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a character stumble upon a collection of animals in a lady's sitting room?
Repeat.
In which book does a character stumble upon a collection of animals in a lady's sitting room?
Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a character describe the change in weather after a storm has passed?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island, written by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book does a thrilling adventure unfold around a hidden treasure chest?
Repeat.
In which book does a thrilling adventure unfold around a hidden treasure chest?
Adventures of Tom Sawyer, written by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does the main character discover a lone footprint in the sand?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character find a family of mice nestled in a velvet cushion?
Secret Garden, written by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book do the friends venture through different parts of a landmass?
Repeat.
In which book do the friends venture through different parts of a landmass?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island, written by Enid Blyton.
Correct. Last question. In which book does an entire town gather for a trial concerning a murder?
Adventures of Tom Sawyer, written by Mark Twain.
Correct.
Very well done, students. Very well done, mashallah. Now let's welcome Cluster 2 for round 1. Put your hands together for Ziauddin University. Head Start School System. Head Start School System. Aliabad Community School. BVS Parsi High School. Sultan Mahmud Shah Aga Khan School. Sultan Mahmud Shah Aga Khan School. And then we have Happy Home School. Good luck, teams. Muhammad Shah. Okay. Sultan Muhammad Shah Aga Khan School. Good luck, teams.
So we have cluster 2, round 1. I would request everyone to please settle down. I'm repeating the rules for round 1. Each team will be asked 10 questions, one at a time, and the team will have 30 seconds after listening to the question to give its response through the team captain. Team 1, are you ready?
Yes.
First question. In which book does a character have a tense encounter with an enigmatic man in the marshlands?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a family relocate to a different town?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a character live in an oddly designed room?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book is a young character raised under strict discipline by a hard-working guardian?
Can you repeat the question, please?
In which book is a young character raised under strict discipline by a hard-working guardian?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a child depend on something extraordinary to help a loved one?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book is the protagonist a street dweller?
The Dragon Runner Boy by Penny Grimes.
Correct. In which book does a character experience sudden fear after being grabbed in a misty, desolate place?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a character form a strong bond with streetwise companions?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a desperate person force a young character to steal supplies?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does an unrelenting message lead to a life-altering decision?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. Team B, are you ready?
Yes. Yes.
First question. In which book does a character feel sorrow when remembering their deceased parents?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does an elderly character hide a significant secret from their family?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does someone receive an unexpected invitation to join a special organization?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a convict demand food and a file from a young character?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book is a character taken away on a stretcher?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book is a character taken away on a stretcher?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does someone receive their first birthday cake in a remote location?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character use an everyday object to reflect the magic they once spoke of?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book is a carriage drawn by 4 massive black horses?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a stranger silently communicate by stirring their drink with a file?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a child believe in the power of imagination to create change?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Correct. Next team.
Hello.
Team C, are you ready?
Yes.
First question. In which book does a character seize the protagonist by the ankles and flip them upside down?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character believe that capturing something is the key to solving a problem?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a garden reveal the hidden truths about someone's parents?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character hurry home to care for someone in need?
Repeat.
In which book does a character hurry home to care for someone in need?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does the aroma of food cooking in the kitchen spark deep reflection?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a character rise to the rank of a knight?
Repeat.
In which book does a character rise to the rank of a knight?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Cramps.
Correct. In which book does a boy feel embarrassed by his rough hands and worn out boots?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a journey to a hidden place open the door to an extraordinary world?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a protagonist struggle to comprehend how they manage to defeat the antagonist?
Repeat.
In which book does the protagonist struggle to comprehend how they manage to defeat the antagonist?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Cramps.
Incorrect. In which book does a character brave the wilderness in search of healing plants?
Repeat.
In which book does a character brave the wilderness in search of healing plants?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. First question. In which book do a family's words hold deep meaning when a loved one is in pain?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a character's first adventure unfold in a dark and somber setting?
The Dragon and the Boy by Barry Chrisms.
Incorrect. In which book does a character keep a mouse as a pet?
By Dragon Boy and Her Boy by Penny Cramps.
Incorrect. In which book does a character violently shake another and threaten them?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Incorrect. In which book does a creature expose the divide between fantasy and reality?
The Dragon and Her Boy by Penny Cramps.
Incorrect. In which book does a protagonist try to picture their parents by imagining their gravestones?
The Harry Potter and the Philosopher and Great Stones and by J.K. Keller.
Incorrect. In which book does a character set aside their own desires for the sake of a greater cause?
B.
In which book does a character set aside their own desires for the sake of a greater cause?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book is a 6-year-old character deeply affected by the loss of a loved one?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character race across wild, unpredictable terrain to help someone?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book does a character push another into the darkness?
Repeat.
In which book does a character push another into the darkness?
Sorry, repeat.
In which book does a character push another into the darkness?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. Ready?
Yes.
First question. In which book does a character feel compassion for a man who threatens them?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a long journey primarily save to reach a particular destination?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does a long journey primarily save to reach a particular destination?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Grimes.
Incorrect. In which book does a character scheme to take food from a pantry in order to keep a promise?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character note that their invisibility fails to work on one specific relative?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book are street children confined to a location as a form of punishment?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Grimes.
Correct. In which book does a special container safeguard crucial secrets?
Please repeat.
In which book does a special container safeguard crucial secrets?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book is sorting used to determine where characters will reside?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character receive alarming instructions from a stranger?
Please repeat.
In which book does a character receive alarming instructions from a stranger?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book do characters gain access to a place through an unusual method?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a character relocate to live with a relative in a completely new setting?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. Team 6, are you ready?
Yes.
First question. In which book does a character secretly take something fearing they will be caught?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a child hear a deep, unsettling groan coming from the bathroom?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a character wear a head covering to hide something significant?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character urge the protagonist to keep their meeting confidential?
Can you repeat, please?
In which book does a character urge the protagonist to keep their meeting confidential?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone.
Incorrect. In which book does a character collide with someone dressed in an orange shirt and black jeans?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book do villainous siblings inflict harm on an important caretaker?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Incorrect. In which book do people deliberately hide crucial details about their past?
The Dragon and Her Boy by Penny Grimes.
Incorrect. In which book does an object offer the promise of eternal life to its owner?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a young character encounter a mysterious figure who is always dressed in unusual clothing?
When You Trap a Tiger by T. Keller.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book does a character find themselves trapped underground?
The Dragon and Her Boy by Penny Crimps.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, teams. Let's welcome other 6 teams. Khatija Qazi Ali Memorial High School. Please come forward. Fatiha Academy. Mama Parsi Girls Secondary School. And the Bridge School. Shoal International School.
Shoal International School. Cluster 2.
Hello, hello. Who is the captain? Check the mic first.
Hello.
Hello.
Mohammed Ahmed.
Hello. Hello.
First question. In which book does a character from a wealthy background ridicule another for their modest lifestyle? In which book does a character from a wealthy background ridicule another for their modest lifestyle?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character gain insight into the customs and traditions of a different culture?
When You Trap a Tiger by T. Keller.
Correct. In which book is the protagonist unaware of their own hidden strengths?
Dragon and Her Boy by Penny Crimps.
Incorrect. In which book are social class differences and ambition central themes?
The Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a family confront a figure from ancient legends?
When You Trap a Tiger by T. Keller.
Correct. In which book does a character find themselves trapped with a mythical creature?
Dragon and Her Boy by Penny Crimps.
Correct. In which book does an elderly woman reside in a house filled with stopped clocks?
Repeat it, please.
In which book does an elderly woman reside in a house filled with stopped clocks?
When You Trap a Tiger by T. Keller.
Incorrect. In which book does an ordinary lesson turn into an unforgettable experience?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character receive a special gift to help them remember important things?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book are the buildings described as towering and immense?
Repeat, please.
In which book are the buildings described as towering and immense?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. First question. In which book does a character's intelligence initially turn others against them?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a young character go to a great lengths to protect their family from harm?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book is music used as a means to lull a creature into sleep?
Dragon and a Boy by Penny Crimes.
Incorrect. In which book does the protagonist experience a profound personal transformation?
Can you please repeat?
In which book does the protagonist experience a profound personal transformation?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character consume something unusual that was stored in a cold place?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters dress in formal attire before arriving at their destination?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character inherit a meaningful item from the father on a special occasion?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book do a young character and an older man share the same distinct scent?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book is education depicted as an essential aspect of life?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book does a character attempt to decipher the meaning behind their ancestors' words?
Can you please repeat?
In which book does a character attempt to decipher the meaning behind their ancestors' words?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. First question. In which book does the theme of hope stand in contrast to despair?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Incorrect. In which book does a character discover a creature waiting outside a hospital entrance?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Correct. In which book does learning involve the art of brewing and mixing ingredients?
Harry Potter by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does one group express jealousy over the protagonist's fame?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does one group express jealousy over the protagonist's fame?
Harry Potter, the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character mistakenly swap sugar for salt while making chocolate muffins?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Correct. In which book is a boy's bond with an animal put to its greatest test?
The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Chimes.
Correct. In which book does a character struggle to compete in a well-known game?
Harry Potter by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a creature unexpectedly reveal a hidden weakness?
The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Chimes.
Correct. In which book does a character with distinctive hair become the target of relentless taunts?
Repeat.
In which book does a character with distinctive hair become the target of relentless taunts?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a character come to the realization that a creature is actually part of their family?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Correct. Ready?
Yes. Yes.
First question. In which book does an invitation arrive in an unexpected manner?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book is the creature able to communicate only with a knight?
The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Rhymes.
Correct. In which book is a special stick selected from a centuries-old shop?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book is a special stick selected from a centuries-old shop?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character hurl containers against the wall in frustration?
When You Trap a Tiger by Penny Rhymes. Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does vivid descriptive language bring the setting to life?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book does vivid descriptive language bring the setting to life?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does the storyline challenge traditional gender roles?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Incorrect. In which book is the weather portrayed as unbearably hot?
The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Rhymes.
Correct. In which book does a character receive a gift that grants them the ability to move unnoticed?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character admit to still being haunted by a relative's accident?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a reflective object expose a character's inner thoughts and desires?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. Ready?
Yes.
First. In which book does a character meticulously select ingredients for a special recipe?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct.
So, good job, everyone. The reason we asked you another question was because one of the questions which said, in which book does vivid descriptive language brings the setting to life? It can be applicable to other books as well, because it's a very generic and vague question. So that's why we asked you another question. All right? So.
First question. In which book does a hidden door lead to something extraordinary?
Harry Potter and Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does the protagonist's ability to communicate with creatures create unexpected complications?
Repeat the question.
In which book does the protagonist's ability to communicate with creatures create unexpected complications?
The Dragon and Her Boy by Penny Rhymes.
Incorrect. In which book does a character conclude a tale with a striking and memorable line?
When You Trap a Tiger by Taylor.
Incorrect. In which book is the theme of sacrifice explored through multiple scenarios?
Harry Potter and Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does an old crone sit beside an open sewer?
Repeat the question.
In which book does an old crone sit beside an open sewer?
The Dragon and Her Boy by Penn Grimes.
Correct. In which book is a pullover given as a gift every year?
Harry Potter and Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book is a character's home filled with the rich scents of herbs and spices?
Great Explanations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character carefully clean a dusty old refrigerator?
The Dragon and Her Boy by Penn Grimes.
Incorrect. In which book do societal expectations place significant pressure on the characters?
Repeat the question.
In which book do societal expectations place significant pressure on the characters?
Great Explanations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. Last question. In which book does betrayal put a friend's life at risk?
Repeat the question, please.
In which book does betrayal put a friend's life at risk?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct.
Thank you, students. Let's call Cluster 3. Team from Zaldin School and College, Head Start School, Aliabad Community, BVS Parsi, Sultan Muhammad Shah Agha Khan School, and Happy Home School.
Okay. 10 questions, 30 seconds.
Okay, students, listen up. I know you all are very excited, but I request to maintain the silence, please, so that our participants can answer the questions. Okay?
Each team will be asked 10 questions and you will be given 30 seconds to answer each question, and you can request to repeat the question, but the time will keep ticking. Team 1, ready? First question. In which book does a high-ranking figure confide pressing issues to another authority?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character come of age in a setting where the departed are ever present?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does the struggle for self-discovery take shape against the backdrop of national conflict?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book is a pact struck that demands one party to sacrifice a vital piece for themselves?
The Merchant of Venus by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a character learn lessons on life and mortality from mystical mentors?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a character demand a gruesome physical penalty as payment for a broken deal?
The Merchant of Venus by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a character at a prominent position first encounter the villain? I can hear the students whispering the answers. I request the students to please stay quiet.
Repeat.
In which book does a character at a prominent position first encounter the villain?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a family face financial struggles but remains united in love?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a friend agree to help someone pursue a wealthy woman by borrowing something valuable?
The Merchant of Venus by William Shakespeare.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a small door lead to an unknown place?
Repeat.
In which book does a small door lead to an unknown place?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. Pass the mic. Team B, are you ready?
Yes.
First question. In which book does a key character unmask his hidden self during a climactic turning point?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a young hero receive counsel from otherworldly figures?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book does a young hero receive counsel from otherworldly figures?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book do the characters pursue their individual dreams while supporting one another?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a character become a victim of a swear word?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a collection of names tell an unspoken story?
Repeat the question, please.
In which book does a collection of names tell an unspoken story?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a character cleverly employ deceit to secure an advantage over an adversary?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book is a personal lock of hair sacrificed and sold as an unconventional means of support?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does an educator unexpectedly choose to aid a figure with questionable loyalties?
Repeat the question, please.
In which book does an educator unexpectedly choose to aid a figure with questionable loyalties?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character in a legal setting steadfastly withhold any offer of mercy?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. Last question. In which book does an extraordinary setting play a pivotal role in shaping the protagonist's growth?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. First question. In which book does the main character learn that ancient wisdom is key to facing modern perils?
Can you repeat?
In which book does the main character learn that ancient wisdom is key to facing modern perils?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book do rival forces clash within a hidden stronghold?
Can you repeat the question, please?
In which book do rival forces clash within a hidden stronghold?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does an unexpected Christmas event change a close family's course?
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book is a famous speech about compassion given?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does the protagonist confront threats from both the living and the dead?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does the mother of a character express her belief in her son's fate?
Can you repeat the question, please?
In which book does the mother of a character express her belief in her son's fate?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a devoted suitor offer more than the required sum to settle a debt?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does an unseen realm play a crucial role in the protagonist's journey?
Can you repeat the question?
In which book does an unseen realm play a crucial role in the protagonist's journey?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does personal sacrifice profoundly shape the lives of a close-knit family?
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a high-ranking aristocrat falter in fulfilling his duties?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. First question. In which book does a forgotten remnant hint at the presence of someone unseen?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does a forgotten remnant hint at the presence of someone unseen?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a close friend of the protagonist receive results of exams?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character confront a health crisis that transforms the entire family?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book is a character forced to forfeit their wealth after a legal defeat?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does the protagonist unravel mysteries tied to their own upbringing?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a character reveal the details of a prediction related to the protagonist?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does a character reveal the details of a prediction related to the protagonist?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book is a binding pact made that puts a life at risk?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a protagonist navigate complex ties between different worlds?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book do the female characters face the realities of growing up?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. Last question. In which book does the protagonist decide to pursue a career dedicated to confronting the wrongdoers?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does the protagonist decide to pursue a career dedicated to confronting the wrongdoers?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. Please pass the mic. Ready? Yes. Question 1. In which book does a character discover the true value of friendship through unexpected bonds?
Harry Potter the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a group of characters visit a bustling market to gather important supplies?
Harry Potter the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book do the characters find fulfillment in teaching and caring for loved ones at home?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book do remarkable encounters teach lasting lessons about life and personal growth?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does a family member depart with valuables, casting doubt on their loyalties?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does a family member depart with valuables, casting doubt on their loyalties?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does the main character worry that the child of a notorious figure might follow a wrong path?
Harry Potter the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book do wise choices guide a group as they navigate the challenges of growing up?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does the protagonist's selfless act reshape their destiny?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book is a critical trial conducted under the watch of a respected authority?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a group secretly trail someone into a shop suspecting hidden motives?
Harry Potter the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. Question 1. In which book does a In which book does the main character face challenges that test both courage and determination?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a character accompany a group to the shopping area?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does one character regularly express themselves through playing a musical instrument?
Little Woman by Louisa M. Alcott.
Correct. In which book does the protagonist receive protection from supernatural allies?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a personal lament show a sorrow they cannot fully explain?
Little Woman by Louisa M. Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does a character encounter an expert in unusual creatures?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character relocate to pursue a writing career in a new environment?
Little Woman by Louisa M. Alcott.
Correct. In which book are themes of identity and belonging explored within an unconventional setting?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a wealthy figure insist on enforcing a harsh agreement despite pleas for mercy?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. Last question. In which book does the protagonist discreetly follow another character into a vehicle compartment?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct.
Thank you so much, team. You did good. Next team's Khatija Ghazi, Ali Memorial High School, Shol International Academy, Fateh Academy, the Mama Parsi Girls Secondary School, the Bridge School. Please move forward.
Hello.
First question. Are you ready?
Yes.
In which book does an inscription convey a message echoing from the past?
Repeat.
In which book does an inscription convey a message echoing from the past?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book do two interconnected cabinets create a hidden pathway between locations?
Repeat.
In which book do two interconnected cabinets create a hidden pathway between locations?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book do playful pranks, including secret notes, bring unexpected excitement?
Repeat.
In which book do playful pranks, including secret notes, bring unexpected excitement?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does a shadow shift in the absence of any visible person?
The Graveyard and Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a person token serve as a test of loyalty?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a central figure insist that someone carry out a fatal act against them?
Repeat.
In which book does a central figure insist that someone carry out a fatal act against them?
Repeat.
In which book does a central figure insist that someone carry out a fatal act against them?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book is a manuscript submitted under a pen named to a publication?
Repeat.
In which book is a manuscript submitted under a pen named to a publication?
Repeat.
In which book is a manuscript submitted under a pen name to a publication?
Little Women by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a young character flee from pursuit determined to escape the authorities?
Repeat.
In which book does a young character flee from pursuit determined to escape the authorities?
Repeat.
In which book does a young character flee from pursuit determined to escape the authorities?
Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a high-ranking official preside over a trial centered on a perilous agreement?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. Last question. In which book does one character plummet from a significant height, altering the course of events?
Repeat.
In which book does one character plummet from a significant height, altering the course of events?
Repeat.
In which book does one character plummet from a significant height, altering the course of events?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. First question. In which book was a precious item secretly taken long ago, only for its true significance to emerge later?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a critical warning go unheeded because its meaning is not fully understood?
Can you repeat, please?
In which book does a critical warning go unheeded because its meaning is not fully understood?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a mentor provide private lessons that shape the main character's path?
Okay, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does someone sacrifice a cherished possession to help a beloved family member?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does an initially generous act later become impossible to undo?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does a character grow anxious after discovering their results?
Can you repeat, please?
In which book does a character grow anxious after discovering their results?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does one individual experience a sorrow they can't explain?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book do characters find a sudden moment of happiness in the midst of hardship?
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book is a supposedly precious object revealed to be made of simpler material?
Okay. Harry Potter and the Graveyard Book. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book does the main character accept a new leadership role in a game?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. First question. In which book does a person feel torn between their aspirations and their responsibilities?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does the main character's close friend try to uncover what another individual was discussing?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a pivotal choice hinge on three symbolic objects that determine someone's future?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a younger figure catch the main character off guard during a tense encounter?
Repeat the question.
In which book does a younger figure catch the main character off guard during a tense encounter?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does a childhood dream take an unexpected turn in adulthood?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a simple action break a hidden rule, sparking unexpected consequences?
Please repeat.
In which book does a simple action break a hidden rule, sparking unexpected consequences?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does the protagonist secure an unusual liquid prize as a result of their efforts?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a public war lead to repercussions no one anticipated?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. Incorrect. In which book does someone try to change their appearance to impress others?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. Last question. In which book does the main character discover annotated information that provides a hidden advantage?
Repeat.
In which book does the main character discover annotated information that provides a hidden advantage?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. First question. In which book does someone wrestle with pride when accepting help from a friend?
Repeat.
In which book does someone wrestle with pride when accepting help from a friend?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a person's selfless act earn them profound respect from others?
Little Women by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a character give the protagonist a second chance?
Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does the ground feel different beneath someone's feet?
Repeat.
In which book does the ground feel different beneath someone's feet?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does the protagonist face an accusation of unfair play from a close friend?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character refuse to let their circumstances define them?
Little Women by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a late delivered message nearly bring about a dire outcome?
Repeat.
In which book does a late delivered message nearly bring about a dire outcome?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a protagonist follow a wicked person while questioning them?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does an individual find contentment in a life they never imagined for themselves?
Repeat.
In which book does an individual find contentment in a life they once never imagined for themselves?
Little Women by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. Last question. In which book does the way someone walks reveal more than their words?
Repeat.
In which book does the way someone walks reveal more than their words?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. First question. In which book does a character delve deeper into the backgrounds of those who oppose them?
Lisa May Alcott by Little Woman by Lisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does someone use wit and intelligence to turn an unfavorable situation into a victory?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a slow gesture reveal something that cannot be spoken?
Repeat it, please.
In which book does a slow gesture reveal something that cannot be spoken?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a character explore someone else's past using an object?
Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character's unusual way of moving allow them to go almost unnoticed?
Repeat it.
In which book does a character's unusual way of moving allow them to go almost unnoticed?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a person claim one identity in public but another in private?
The Little Woman by Lisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does the main character learn about the lineage of their enemy?
Repeat.
In which book does the main character learn about the lineage of their enemy?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a character wrestle with envy over a relative's opportunities?
The Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book is a dream mentioned as a warning only to be dismissed?
Repeat.
In which book is a dream mentioned as a warning only to be dismissed?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book a distinct two-toned ring is discovered with hidden importance?
Repeat.
In which book a distinct two-toned ring is discovered with hidden importance?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect.
Thank you so much, students. You may go back to your seats. Students at the back, please, I request you not to make the videos. Making videos is not allowed. Teachers and students both. And secondly, please, no eating and drinking right now. As we are sitting in our auditorium, please maintain the decorum of auditorium. Thank you so much.
So we have a tiebreaker in cluster 3, and I would request these 3 schools to kindly come in front for cluster 3. Ziauddin, Ziauddin School and College. Kindly come in front for cluster 3. BVS. BVS students. And Mama Parsi.
It's a tiebreaker round. I will be asking 5 questions from each team. Team 1 ready? First question. In which book does a character's fate remain bound by a parent's final wish? Repeat. In which book does a character's fate remain bound by a parent's final wish?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does a teacher remain tight-lipped when the main character seeks answers?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character feel guilt over a past mistake involving a loved one?
The Merchant of Venus by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does a brief look exchanged in darkness carry a deeper message?
Repeat.
In which book does a brief look exchanged in darkness carry a deeper message?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. Last question. In which book do the protagonist and their friend race to grab something ordinary?
Repeat.
In which book do the protagonist and their friend race to grab something ordinary?
The Merchant of Venus by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. Ready? First question. In which book does the loss of a loved one reshape a character's outlook on life?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a main character witness a vital enemy's history through a recollection?
Repeat the question, please.
In which book does the main character witness a vital enemy's history through a recollection?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does an old tale offer a crucial insight for the characters?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does an old tale offer a crucial insight for the characters?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a question about time go unanswered?
The question. Please repeat the question.
In which book does a question about time go unanswered?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. Last question. This answer will not be counted. Last question. In which book does a character slowly trace faded letters, uncovering a name from the past?
Please repeat the question.
In which book does a character slowly trace faded letters, uncovering a name from the past?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. First question. In which book does a character learn that a knowledgeable individual altered a key memory?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a reference to animals serve as an indirect insult?
Repeat.
In which book does a reference to animals serve as an indirect insult?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a character see a professor's emotional reaction to a probing question?
Repeat.
In which book does a character see a professor's emotional reaction to a probing question?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character weigh their optionals? In which book does a character weigh their options carefully, knowing that true value may lie beneath?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. Last question. In which book does a dispute between two individuals affect multiple lives?
Little Women by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. We are done with the tiebreaker round.
Thank you.
Very nice, very nice. Okay. In what way has a book helped you understand a culture, time period, or a place you know little about? Yes, someone from there. In what way has book helped you understand a culture, time period, or a place you know little about?
Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne.
Yes.
There are many cultures, like there are different cultures of Muslims and Christians. So in Harry Potter and like the Little Women, they told us about the Christmas, and I read many other books of Abu Yahya, and it's related to Islam. So I learned many other things.
Very nice, very nice. Good job. Okay. Which book do you feel everyone should read at least once in their life, and why? Okay, someone from there, I'm coming.
I think everybody should read The Secret Garden, written by Frances Hodgson Burnett, because it's a story filled with joy and it's a fascinating story.
I'm so glad to see that everybody wants to participate. That's the spirit, guys. Clap for yourself. Okay. If you could step into the world of any book, which one would it would be, and why?
If I would choose any book, it would be Harry Potter and the Half-Prince by J.K. Rowling. It is a very fascinating world. It is a magical world with many different creatures and magic included, and so I would definitely go in it.
Very nice. Okay, now this question is from all the teachers in the head sitting over here. Which book has the most unique or memorable setting, and how does it affect the story? Would any teacher would like to answer?
So I love the Rick Riordan as an author. He writes about mythology. He writes the Percy Jackson series. I think it's a wonderful introduction for all young children to mythology. He writes about Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Egyptian and Norse as well. It gives us a completely different view into many different worlds. He's an American writer, so he writes quite casually. His sentence structure is easy to read. And personally, for me, it was the hook for both my children to become readers.
Thank you, ma'am. My another question for teachers again. What book would you like to choose to give as a gift to someone who does not enjoy reading in hope of changing their mind?
A book I enjoyed and I would like students sitting over here to enjoy is Sufi's World by Justine Gardner. It's a journey about a young girl to the world of philosophy, and there are lots of things that you would enjoy when there comes a mysterious letter asking questions to Sufi.
Which book has the most relatable lesson, and do you apply it in your daily life? Ms. Dile, whom do you choose to answer?
Not a student. Let's have a teacher there.
Which one?
There. And that would be the last question.
Okay.
From the book Whole Again by Jackson Mackenzie. It's on okay. Whole Again by Jackson Mackenzie. Is it audible? Okay, so it's a book on mental illness and how you can grow. So it's a very good book.
Very good. The first team that is moving forward to the second round is Mama Parsi again. Second team is Fateh Academy. Third team, SMS Aga Khan. Fourth team is BVS. Fifth team is Aliabad. And the sixth team is Head Start. Okay, cluster 3. The first team that is moving forward is Head Start. Second team, Happy Home. Third team, Khatija Qazi Memorial. Fourth team, Aliabad. Fifth team, BVS. And the sixth team is Mama Parsi. Can we start? Okay, so I would request all the 6 teams of cluster 1 to quickly move forward. We need to rush a little bit. So you need. So all the 6 qualifying teams, please come forward. Your cards. नो ये ब्रिज स्कूल तो नहीं है हमारे पास वो लगा रही है वो लगा के चेंज करती जा रही है इनसे पूछ लो ये कौन-कौन से हैं दिस इज बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स दैट इज मामा पारसी सना सना यहाँ पे रिजल्ट अपने
Good luck, girls.
You have the mic?
We are going to start with the second round, and this is a rapid fire round. Can you all please stay silent so that we can start? This is round 2. This is a rapid fire round. Each team will have 90 seconds to answer the questions, as many as you can. In which book does a child feel a deep sense of unease while trapped in darkness?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book does the main character reflect on personal relationships after an eventful journey?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters struggle to make their way through thick, tangled surroundings?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a character insist that it is their only free day in a long time?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a character form a close bond with an animal companion?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book does a child's imagination lead them to dream of exciting exploits?
Time is up.
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Pass the mic. In which book does a character uncover something significant buried beneath the ground?
Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does an old tale hint at a hidden fortune?
Repeat.
In which book does an old tale hint at a hidden fortune?
Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a character search through a house in hopes of finding someone?
Repeat.
In which book does a character search through a house in hopes of finding someone?
Mary Lennox from the Secret Garden, written by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does the protagonist arrive in a place abandoned by others?
Repeat.
In which book does the protagonist arrive in a place abandoned by others?
Robinson Crusoe, written by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character attempt to communicate using unfamiliar sounds?
Repeat.
In which book does a character attempt to communicate using unfamiliar sounds?
Robinson Crusoe, written by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book do friends stand by each other when faced with difficulties?
Time is up.
In which book do characters find themselves disoriented in total darkness?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does a character discover valuable supplies in an unfamiliar place?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does unraveling a cryptic message become crucial to the character's journey?
The famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a character prefer creating her own games rather than playing with others?
Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book is the story recognized as a timeless tale of adventure?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a character believe that a symbol will protect them from spirits?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does a character find ways to keep busy during a wedding celebration?
Repeat.
In which book does a character find ways to keep busy during a wedding celebration?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book do a group of children rely on their intelligence to stay safe?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a person with striking features catch the protagonist's attention?
Time is up.
In which book does a character plan to bring a lifeless creature to a burial ground?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book is a year of endurance and perseverance marked with celebration?
Can you please repeat it?
In which book is a year of endurance and perseverance marked with celebration?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters struggle to solve a perplexing riddle?
The Famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Eden Bilchon.
Correct. In which book does a character propose writing a letter as a solution?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book is the idea of personal freedom deeply explored?
Please repeat it.
In which book is the idea of personal freedom deeply explored?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book do characters escape to an isolated place in search of a carefree life?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Incorrect. In which book does a character hurriedly leave the room to avoid discussing his well-being?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book do adventurers find themselves competing against another determined group?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect.
Time is up.
Hello?
In which book does a character dread the thought of meeting a relative?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book is the future considered after an eventful journey?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book must the main characters confront and conquer their fears?
Repeat.
In which book must the main characters confront and conquer their fears?
The Adventure of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a character carry the fresh scent of nature?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book is an island depicted as a lush tropical heaven?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character use persuasion to escape from doing household tasks?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book is a character known for their remarkable ability to charm animals?
The Secret Garden by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book does a group of children manage a daring escape?
Famous 5 on a Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book do characters embrace the role of pirates after fleeing from home?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark.
Correct. In which book do characters refine their ability to survive in harsh conditions?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Time is up.
Correct. In which book does the antagonist meet a tragic fate by the end of the story?
The Secret Gardens by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book does the journey unfold under the leadership of a captain?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book do the characters directly face their greatest adversary?
Pass.
In which book does a secluded place hold secrets of transformation?
The Secret Gardens by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book are plants carefully identified for their use as food and medicine?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character throw an object to grab someone's attention?
The Famous Five on Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Incorrect. In which book does a character make references to a familiar nursery rhyme?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Correct. In which book is persistence ultimately rewarded with great wealth?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Incorrect. In which book does a boy's home play a central role in his story?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book do characters struggle to locate a reliable source of drinking water?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
In which book does a character take great satisfaction
Time is up.
Thank you so much, students. Please move forward and follow Sir Mohsin. Cluster 2 team, please come to the stage. Only cluster 1 students follow Sir Mohsin.
Hello.
All the students of cluster 1, please follow Sir Mohsin.
Cluster 1 students. Do we have cluster 1 students over here? So if you can follow that line, please. Whether they were qualified or not, you need to go to that gate, please. Cluster 1.
Will the timer stop when the user will be asking us the questions? No. It will continue. Will the timer stop when the user is 90 seconds? As soon as say start, the timer will start. If you say repeat, then the timer will be on. Asking the second one? No, the timer still goes. Thank you.
Cluster 2, round 2. If you do not know the question, you can pass it. Are you ready? Yes. In which book are flashbacks used to deepen the storytelling experience?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Incorrect. In which book does an elderly character hold a strong belief in magical beings?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a character attempt brewing for the first time?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character witness a fire consuming a grand mansion?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character yearn to reclaim lost words?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character prepare and offer rabbit stew?
Can you repeat that?
In which book does a character prepare and offer rabbit stew?
Pass.
In which book does a child struggle to find a way to make a creature vanish?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Incorrect. Correct. In which book does a life-threatening event lead to an enduring friendship?
The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Chimes.
Incorrect. In which book does a character learn to read and write with the guidance of another?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character dream of staying in the countryside forever?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book do characters defy rules to explore a hidden place?
Pass.
In which book does an elder preserve their family's heritage through oral traditions?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Time's up. Correct.
Excuse me, we want to ask a question. Can you tell us the answer of the last one we did wrong?
Team B.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
In which book does a character visit a once grand but now crumbling mansion?
Pass.
In which book does a child find solace through self-expression?
The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Crimes.
Incorrect. In which book does solving a series of clues lead to the discovery of hidden treasure?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character feel lost and overwhelmed by unfamiliar customs?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Incorrect. In which book does a character grapple with understanding their true origins?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book is a mansion with a mysterious name a key element of the story?
Pass.
In which book does an unusual being offer assistance but at a steep price?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does the protagonist always wear second-hand clothing?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a beautiful yet cruel young woman mock and torment another character?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a character believe their life will end by drowning?
Pass.
In which book is entering a dark forest given as a form of punishment?
Pass.
In which book does a character realize the power of words
Time's
to
up.
preserve memories? Incorrect. In which book does a creature express remorse for its actions?
The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Chimes.
Correct. In which book does a character meticulously sort laundry by color and type?
Repeat.
In which book does a character meticulously sort laundry by color and type?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a protagonist lose their parents as a baby?
Time's up.
Ready?
Yes.
In which book does a character's relationship with their loved ones change after acquiring wealth?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character disrupt the peace of family's life?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does competition between teams become the driving force behind success?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a young character meet a mentor who warns them about the dangers of love and wealth?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a child confront their fears about an elder's illness?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a character share a pie with their friends?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Crimes.
Correct. In which book does a child question whether they should believe in magic?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book is there a character who struggles with a stutter?
Pass.
In which book does a character feel lost in an overwhelming city despite their wealth?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book do two poor creatures find themselves trapped together in a tunnel?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Crimes.
Correct. In which book does a letter arrive that changes someone's life forever?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character pass down old family traditions?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a character take care of the sibling in a strict manner after their parents' death?
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book is being out of bed at night strictly forbidden?
Time's up.
Ready.
Ready?
Yes.
In which book does a boy come to realize that he has been chasing the wrong dreams?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a young character struggle with discerning what is true?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a creature emerge from the forest to deliver a warning about the future?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character attempt to hide their theft to protect a danger?
Pass.
In which book does a character learn that words have the power to come true?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book is a once feared figure revealed to be far less dangerous than expected?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character come to appreciate the significance of inherited experiences?
Pass.
In which book does someone discover they are famous in a world they never knew existed?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a boy's pursuit of becoming a gentleman
The Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character go for an extended period without eating?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. Incorrect. In which book does a friend betray someone in their relentless quest for power?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a character appear both helpful and dangerous at the same time?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Crimes.
Incorrect. In which book does a
Time's
character...
up.
Ready?
Yes.
In which book does a character's thirst for revenge disrupt the lives of everyone around them?
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does the story begin with a character driving through a relentless rainstorm?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a flying object unexpectedly interrupt a competition?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a young character learn the true meaning of loyalty through an unlikely bond?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny Crimes.
Incorrect. In which book does a character forget to bring an umbrella and caught in the pouring rain?
The Dragon, When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book does a creature sustain itself by feeding on stray sheep and cows?
Pass.
In which book are boxes stacked in front of the basement entrance blocking access?
When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller.
Correct. In which book do the characters have to travel by boat to reach their destination?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a young boy struggle with choosing between helping a wicked person and doing what is right?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a character cruelly throw young ones into a hole?
Pass.
In which book does someone encounter a supernatural being in a bathroom?
When You Trap a Tiger by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book are characters permanently relocated from a bustling city to a new home?
Miss, please pass.
In which book does a man realize that true happiness lies in friendship and love, not wealth?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Correct. In which book does a protagonist explore a forest with a friend for the very first time?
Time's up.
इनको भी बोलो आपको फॉलो करें
Okay. Cluster 2 students. All the cluster 2 students, please follow Sir Mohsin. Make a line and go. All the team for cluster 3, please move forward. The qualified teams from cluster 3, please move forward.
have they gone Show me your badge. Show me your badge. Okay. Okay, it's the statue. Yes, it's attached. Nice. Stay calm. That's the key.
काम करो
Ready, team one?
Yes.
In which book does a long-awaited opportunity arrive at an... Reset the time, please. Ready?
Yes.
In which book does a main character's growth rely on pivotal meetings with the spirits?
Great book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a nurturing figure inspire young individuals to grow into resilient and self-reliant adults?
The Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a person regret a past action that involved financial matters?
Skip.
In which book do siblings create theatrical performances at home for both fun
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a young character's experiences in an unusual area shape their worldview?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book is a character punished for their merciless behavior after a trial?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does the main character choose to avoid a disciplinary measure they were supposed to fulfill?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince.
Correct. In which book do some characters face economic difficulty while a family member is absent for a significant cause?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does someone return home after pretending to be from a different profession?
Pass.
In which book does a protagonist confront threats from an external evil force?
Great book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a hidden realm critically shape the main character's early experiences and safety? In which book does a character burn another character's manuscript out of anger?
Little Women by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a pivotal choice revolve around selecting from 3 distinct containers?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct.
Time's up.
Team B. Team B, are you ready?
Yes.
In which book does a custodian of young individuals caution or influential figure about someone's troubling background?
Pass.
In which book does a tale focus on a child whose life intertwines with presences beyond
The
everyday
Graveyard
reality?
Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a character decline a marriage proposal?
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does someone disguise themselves to assist in a crucial situation?
Pass.
In which book do family members celebrate the holiday season with minimal gifts? So choosing
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a child protagonist learn about courage through their interactions with supernatural beings?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does selecting a container made from a humble material prove someone's depth of character?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a main character receive key information from a co-owner of a curious establishment?
The Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does someone bond with a wealthy neighbor over music lessons and form a lasting
The
friendship?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a humorous mark about dividing a meal hint at underlying tensions?
Skip.
In which book does a journey through a place of rest reveal hidden truths to the
The
central
Graveyard
figure?
Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book is a talented but troubled youngster offered a spot at a respected institution?
Pass.
In which book does a girl aspire to become an artist and later marry?
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a parent lament the dual loss of family and fortune?
Time's up.
I request all the students to please stay silent. Thank you. Are you ready, team 3?
Yes.
In which book does a character enter into an unusual pledge with lasting consequences?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a young hero acquire essential survival skills under the guidance of unconventional mentors?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a protagonist experience significant changes in perspective due to their upbringing?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does someone deny standard repayment, insisting on a more severe form of settlement?
Pass.
In which book does a character open a school for boys after marrying a professor?
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a protagonist's education come from unusual and mystical sources?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book is a speech delivered that draws a strong contrast between two religious groups?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a character observe a recollection of an encounter between two powerful figures?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does someone relocate to advance their writing abilities?
The Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a tense legal matter escalate when a party hurls an insult at another?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a plot revolve around a concealed community of supernatural entities?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a young figure discover they are the last living heir of a bloodline?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character...
Time's up.
Ready?
Ready?
Yes.
In which book does an enthusiastic onlooker suggest that the main character replace a friend on a team?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince.
Correct. In which book does a character unexpectedly appear at a midday gathering, surprising everyone present?
Pass.
In which book does a younger individual wed someone older who has an academic background?
By Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book is a piece of jewelry taken without permission and then gifted to a beloved?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book do several characters attend a fair with one of them being excluded due to social perceptions?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince.
Incorrect.
By J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does the main character confront dangers coming from both familiar and hidden forces?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does a person prepare to take part of another person as payment?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince.
Incorrect. In which book does a protagonist use a special guide to track down someone working for their enemy?
Pass.
In which book does a character pursuit of elegance inspire them to make more generous choices?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a character face consequences for acting impulsively in a moment of anger?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book do events blur the boundary between life and realm beyond?
Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does a character stop a close companion from consuming something poisonous?
Time's
Little
up.
Woman.
Incorrect. Ready? In which book does someone find the courage to follow a path different from what others expect?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does someone confide strong feelings for an important figure close to the main character?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character grow to appreciate the value of self-discipline?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does an unfamiliar scent signal a change in fate?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does allusions to a famous historical figure signal challenging events ahead?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a young character become more skilled as they gain better control over their abilities?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Incorrect. In which book does something carved in stone hold a deeper meaning?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a young character go uncover in a secretive organization?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does someone use verses to conceal a veiled insult?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a childhood rivalry evolve into a lasting bond?
Pass.
In which book does someone turn down an offer that could have saved them from trouble?
The Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a mentor disclose a number of powerful items an adversary relies upon for survival?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does an unusual track
Time's up.
Hello.
Ready? Yes. In which book does a character embrace their natural talents after years of self-doubt?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a friendship remain steady despite distance and time?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does a devoted garden break the news of an important creature's passing?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does someone mention a journey that has no clear destination?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a minor disagreement over a gift turn into a major test?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Correct. In which book does a conversation about the future change a relationship forever?
Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott.
Correct. In which book does a character succeed in a demanding travel-related test?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does a cryptic warning take on the form of a riddle?
The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
Incorrect. In which book does someone speak of shadows as if they were living things?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Correct. In which book does someone uncover crucial information about the enemy's concealed items?
Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character unknowingly reveal their identity through a single careless sentence?
The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman.
Incorrect. In which book does a reference to doorways suggest far more than mere mere entrances and exits.
Little Women by Lisa Melcott.
Incorrect. In which book does a character
Time's up. Thank you, students. You may sit back to the seats. All the cluster 3 students, please make a line and follow Sir Mohsin, along with the teachers who didn't went for the refreshment.
Is cluster 1 here? Okay, we have a tiebreaker round between two teams of cluster 1, Habib Public and Building Blocks. So the students of these two teams, can you come in front? Building Blocks and Habib Public, can you come in front, please?
अंदर कहाँ गया?
Okay, teams, are you ready? The rules will remain the same, which were there in the rapid fire round, but this tiebreaker is of 60 seconds because it's a tiebreaker round. 60 seconds only. If you don't know the answer of any question, pass it.
Pakwan.
Ready?
Yes.
In which book is the main character a man who has lost his spouse?
Pass.
In which book does a character struggle to memorize a long passage, reveal their tendency to get distracted?
Adventure of Tom Sawyer, written by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book does an old photograph unexpectedly raise questions about the past?
Pass.
In which book does a sight of a dusty corner suggest that something may be hidden there?
Secret Garden.
Incorrect. In which book does a character grow suspicious after noticing fresh scratches on an old metal box?
Pass.
In which book does a dropped object land with an unexpected hollow sound hinting at something concealed?
Repeat.
In which book does a dropped object land with an unexpected hollow sound hinting at something concealed?
Secret Garden, written by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book does a character's first attempt at designing an object fail because it is too heavy?
Pass.
In which book does a character feel a sense of satisfaction after changing their clothes?
Time is up.
Can we have silence, please? Team 2, ready? Yes. In which book does a character realize that a rope left behind might hold an important clue?
Pass.
In which book does a character's fascination with a small creature reflect their deep curiosity?
The Secret Garden by Francis Hodgson Burnett.
Incorrect. In which book is a character named after a day of the week?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character listen closely to the slow rhythmic sound of dripping water?
The famous 5 on Treasure Island by Enid Blyton.
Correct. In which book does a character feel an inexplicable connection to someone they have never met?
Pass.
In which book does a character's inability to keep a straight face give away a mischievous prank?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain.
Correct. In which book are the eggs of a seabird eaten as a source of food?
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe.
Correct. In which book does a character take an umbrella, a parrot, a money, a cap, and a companion with them?
Time is up.
You can go back.
Do we have the two students over here? Yes? Do we have Mama Parsi and Fateh Academy over here? Mama Parsi and Fateh Academy? Okay, there's a tiebreaker between these two teams. So can we come in front, please?
Are you ready? First question. In which book is the idea of home deeply tied to personal identity?
Pass.
In which book does the protagonist defeat an opponent using only their bare hands?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character seek to profit from selling bones?
Bones. The Dragon and Bone by Penny Rhymes.
Correct. In which book does a character wipe the kitchen counters with a brightly colored cloth?
Pass.
In which book is a character's backpack slightly worn and decorated with patches?
Pass.
In which book does a character discover a mysterious package in their room?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character find a small handwritten note tucked inside a library book?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Incorrect. In which book does a letter written in green ink deliver life-changing news?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book does a character attempt to follow a complicated recipe from a cookbook?
When You Trap a Tiger by J.K. Rowling.
Correct.
Time is up.
Team B ready?
Yes.
Please I request everyone to stay silent. Team B ready?
Yes.
In which book does a villain shut down a brick factory?
Pass.
In which book does a character carefully iron a dress?
Great Expectation by Charles Dickens.
Incorrect. In which book does a man uncover the bones of a mysterious creature?
The Dragon and the Boy by Penny James.
Correct. In which book does a match involve chasing after a ball?
Harry Potter, the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling.
Correct. In which book is a character's room decorated with framed calligraphy scrolls?
Pass.
In which book does a character develop a deep connection to their ancestors?
When You Trap a Tiger by Keller.
Correct. In which book is loyalty challenged by personal ambition?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Incorrect. In which book does a character prepare a steaming pot of tea in a small porcelain teapot?
Repeat.
In which book does a character prepare a steaming pot of tea in a small porcelain teapot?
When You Trap a Tiger by Ty Keller.
Correct. In which book does dialogue play a crucial role in revealing
Time is
characters'
up.
motivation? We are done with the tiebreaker round. You can move back.
Is cluster 3 students over here? Are cluster 3 students here? Cluster 3 students are not here. Can we bring them? We will be announcing the results.
cluster 3 over here. Yes, everybody is back? So let's share the results then. Can we? Can we results? Okay. No? Fine. So there'll be 3 teams who will be qualifying for round 3 from each cluster. So if you can be a little quiet, then I can announce the results. From cluster 1, the 3 teams that are Fateh Academy, Happy Home, and Building Blocks. Cluster 2, first team that is moving ahead is SMS Aga Khan. Second team that's moving ahead is BVS. And the third team that is moving ahead is Mama Parsi. Okay, cluster 3. The first team that is moving ahead is Happy Home. Second team is Aliabad. And the third team is Mama Parsi. All 3 teams of cluster 1, can we please request you to come in front? Okay, everyone, we are starting round 3. So for round 3, I'm just narrating the rules. Round 3 is a book talk round. Our judges over here will choose a book. They will assign a book to these teams. Then whoever will be prepared for the book talk, they will be given 5 minutes. They'll prepare. And then we will have a book talk. Where's the third team? Where's the third? Why are there 2 teams over here? Where is the third team? Okay, yeah. Building blocks, if you can move that side. So you can bring those 2 chairs here. I'm repeating. It's a book talk round. The judges will assign you a book. You will be given 5 minutes to prepare your book talk. Once the book talk is prepared, each book talk will be given 2 minutes. You can wrap it up and then reflective questions will be asked to you. That's all. Is that okay? Okay.
This is Happy Home, right?
name of the school? Yes. For you people, can we have silence, please? Can we have silence, please? Thank you. Yeah. The Secret Garden. For team 1, the book is The Secret Garden. For HHS, The Adventure of Tom Sawyer. And for building blocks, 5 on a Treasure Island. Secret Garden.
Okay, teams, you are granted 5 minutes for the preparation. That you are will be called one by one. Okay, so get prepared for yourself. Yes, yes, you have to ready your book talk.
Time is up.
Fatia Academy, please come forward.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon to everyone. Have you ever wondered if a place could change your life forever? Well, this is what happens with Mary Lennox when her life changes through a hidden locked garden. Mary starts as a spoiled, lonely girl living in India. After her parents pass away, she is sent to live with her uncle, Mr. Archibald Craven, in England. Mr. Archibald Craven in a huge, mysterious house called the Misselthwaite Manor in England. One day, Mary discovers a hidden locked garden. With the help of a kind boy named Dickon and her sick cousin Colin, she brings the garden back to life. As the flowers bloom, Mary and Colin also grow, becoming happier and healthier. This book teaches us about friendship, kindness, and the power of nature. And the power of nature. It It shows no matter how lonely or sad we feel, love and care can always transform us. I really enjoyed the book because it is full of mystery, adventure, and hope. And if you like magical and heartwarming stories, then The Secret Garden is a must read. Jazakallah.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
My name is Maheen.
Sorry?
Maheen.
Maheen. Maheen, thank you for giving us such a wonderful book talk. Let me ask you a couple of questions. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, sure. So, what character in the story did you relate to the most and why?
I relate mostly with Mary, I guess. Maybe because I'm a little too spoiled, maybe.
Okay, all right. One more question. How do you think the main character changed from the beginning of the story towards the end of the story? What lessons can you learn or think about?
First, Mary was very spoiled and lonely. She did not like living with her uncle. But then she started like behaving well. So I guess she learned that she was very spoiled and that she had to stay and that money wasn't everything. Love and care is everything.
All right. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to all of you. Did you ever know that a book can make you feel like you're actually in it? Well, let me tell you about a story of a boy and his adventures. Tom gets into mischief at the start of the book, in which his aunt makes him whitewash the fence. He trades other people to whitewash the fence for him. Aunt Polly, seeing this, sends him out. While charming away warts with his friend Huck, they see Injun Joe stab Dr. Robinson while trying to dig up a grave. When they go digging up for treasure, They they hear John Joey telling them that they are going to hide some treasure at room number 2. Huckleberry Finn and Tom think this is a tavern room and they try to find it, but they miserably fail. When Becky and Tom are in a cave, they stumble upon Injun Joe. The cave was bolted shut and they were left with him. When Tom and Becky heard some cries, they went out of the cave and bolted the cave shut. Injun Joe starved to death, and then Huckleberry Finn and Tom collected his treasures, and it was invested for the boys.
Okay, are we ready? Yes? Alright, so we'll begin with Habib Public School. So you can come up in front, and when Ms. Tuba and Sir Mohsen will give you an indication, then only you begin. Alright?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammad Sameed bin Saad of Class 5 of Junior Section in Habib Public School, Karachi. Have you ever imagined being stranded on a deserted island with no food, no shelter, and no one to help you? Well, that's exactly what happened to Robinson Crusoe, the main character of the famous book Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. Robinson Crusoe is a story of adventure and survival, where we meet Robinson Crusoe, a young man who loved adventures. But his parents told him to stay at home. But he didn't listen to them, and still he set out on a sea journey, hoping for luck and fortune. But suddenly, his ship was got in a storm, and he was shipwrecked onto a deserted island. At first, Crusoe felt scared and alone, but he didn't give up. He made a shelter, hunted animals, grew food, and even made his own clothes. He was alone for many years, but then he saw footprints on the sand. He was not alone after all. Soon he met Friday, a young man who escaped from the cannibals. Friday and Crusoe became great friends and helped each other survive. And Crusoe even taught Friday how to speak English. After 28 years, finally Crusoe and Friday were rescued. But Crusoe was not the same man anymore. He had become wise, clever, and grateful for everything he had. This story teaches us that never give up even in hard times. Hard work and patience can lead to success in problems, and friendships make stronger relations. So, my friends, let's follow Crusoe's courage and make this book part of our lives and follow it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did an amazing job. What's your name?
Mohammad Sameed bin Saad.
Mohammad Sameed. Sameed, thank you. Sameed, can I ask you a few questions?
Yes, you may.
Sure?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So, you talked so much about the overall story, right?
Yes.
What do you think is the main theme of this story?
The main theme of the story is that we should always work hard and never give up, and also make some relations by friendships.
And can you connect them with your own personal experiences?
Yes, I couldn't. When I was doing my exam, so I couldn't do it. So then I did not work. I did not work hard, but I worked smartly. So I was able to get success in my exam.
All right. Okay. So, what was the favorite part of your story?
The favorite part was that Crusoe and Friday finally fought the cannibals.
And why was it favorite for you?
It was my favorite because cannibals eat humans. So they had to fight against them or they would start eating everybody.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Imagine a tiger, its eyes glowing in the dark, and its presence both fierce and mystical. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the illustrations of Tay Keller's enchanting novel, When You Trap a Tiger. In this novel, there is an American Korean girl named Lily who separates her family traditions with the modern world. But this wasn't easy for her when a tiger appeared at her life. This is the point where everything went upside down. Take Hella Express, self-discovery, families, and Korean traditions very beautifully. And all the characters are connected, especially Lily's Harmony, who tells Lily all about the Korean folk tales and traditions. Throughout the story, we learn a few important points, like who we are, where are we from, what is culture, and the most important thing, what is the true meaning of story. The tiger symbolizes as Lily's strength and courage, and with the help of the tiger, Lily navigates through Earth to find her identity and her voice, and she also found her place on Earth. The most interesting part in the story, I thought, was how Lily balances her family traditions with the modern world, because this doesn't seem to be a very easy task to do. So, if you are willing to find your voice and your identity, this book is definitely for you. Thank you.
Okay, may I have your name again?
Yes.
What's your name, Peter?
Hassan Aziz.
Hassan. Hassan, I have just a few questions for you.
Okay,
First of
sure.
all, which part of the story was the most emotional for you?
Emotional. The most emotional part of the story is when there's an American Korean girl named Lily when her grandmother passed away because of the tiger. That's why.
Okay, and why did you find such it's so dramatic?
Because like it was a relative for her, like Lily. So if like my grandmother passes away, that would be very like emotional for me. So that why it was very emotional for me. That's why it really triggers on me.
Okay, and that means it has changed your belief?
Yes.
How it has changed your belief?
It changes my belief like, Miss, could you please repeat the question?
How it changes your perspective and belief?
It changes the book. Yes, it changes perspective. Like first of all, I thought that loving about family isn't really much of a like an important clause, but this story teaches me that whatever happens, love for family is always a thing.
That's great, wonderful.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss.
What does it mean to be truly successful? Is it wealth, social status, or something deeper? Good afternoon, my judges, teachers, and dear peers. Today I stand to talk to you about a classic book, Great Expectations. Great Expectations by Charles Dickens is a classic novel that explores these questions through the life of Pip, an orphan who rises from poverty to fortune, but soon realizes that riches do not guarantee happiness. Set in 19th century London, the story
follows Pip's journey from a blacksmith's apprentice to a nobleman in London, thanks to an unknown benefactor. Along the way, he meets unforgettable characters like Mrs. Havisham, an old lady frozen in time after she was left abandoned on her wedding day. Estella, a beautiful but emotionally distant girl who Pip loves. And Joe, the kind and humble blacksmith who represents the true meaning of family and integrity. As a student, I personally thought this story was exceptionally thought-provoking. Pip's struggles to fit into high society reminded me that the pressure people feel trying to conform to expectations rather than just being true to themselves. Even today, in modern life, people judge success by material and wealth. But what is this? Are we really gone too far? Have we really gone too far to come at this point? This story has This story has teaching me that kindness and loyalty matter much more than riches. Thank you.
Yeah, may I know your name, please?
Fiza Ali.
Fiza. All right. Fiza, my first question is, how did the author's use of language contribute to the overall meaning of the novel?
Well, personally, when I first read this novel, the language was very confusing. But when I read it again for this competition, the choice of words was very interesting because the author uses many slang words, but many thoughtful words too that benefit to the story, which help identify Pip's character, that he is truly a selfless character.
All right. How does the novel relate to your own life experiences?
I wouldn't say that it relates to me totally, but sometimes when I feel like when I'm, for example, in a test and I score less marks, so I shouldn't judge other people who got lesser marks than me, even though I got less marks, that, oh no, you got 16, I got 19, that's still better than me.
All right. Could you tell me any part of the novel which you believe you want to read again and again?
When Pip first went to Mrs. Havisham's house, he was very surprised of that the house was frozen in time. The clocks were stopped. The clocks were stopped at a certain time. So that part was certainly hilarious for me, and how Estella was treated him, and Pip ran away crying like a baby. So that part was very hilarious with me, and I could read that part millions of times.
Thank you.
Have you ever wondered, trapped a dragon in a dungeon? A dragon, we are talking about a dragon that is supposed to destroy and eat everything that comes in its way. Well, the same thing happened with a boy named Stick. Respected judges, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you all. My name is Faiz, and I'm from BVS Parsi High School. And today I'm here to talk about a book, The Dragon and a Boy by Penny Grimes. A book that shows that how friends can go far for each other's sake, and how loyalty can affect a person's character. Stick, who is a gritterling and performs tricks for his regular earning, sees that his true best friends vanish from the scene. And on his journey to find his friends, he encounters a dragon. A dragon which was mysteriously struck in the tunnel and was very, a very wise one. But Pip was very afraid to interact with that one. But as time passes, we can see that Stick interacts with her and forms a very unusual bond between humans and animals, but it was a dragon, and they know each other, that they know that they were endangered from one person, Mr. Jasper, who turns out to be Stick's father. And this book also shows that how situations can convert the loved ones into enemies. Overall, the book was very good because the dragon and Stick manage to escape from the tunnel, and they kill Sir Jasper and her sister, and they save their friends, all of them, because Sir Jasper was kidnapping many children to feed the dragon, as he wanted a dragon for his own good. This book overall expresses the themes like friendship, loyalty, and companionship. We can see that wealth is not everything, because Sir Jasper, even with a lot of wealth being in his account, wanted more. And Stick, on the other hand, a gutterling of the same bloodline, but was different from his father. Thank you.
Hi, can you share your name again, please?
Faiz.
Faiz. Faiz, thank you for sharing your book talk. It was wonderful.
Thank you.
May I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So, who is the favorite character in the story for you? And how do you relate yourself to them?
For me, the favorite character is the dragon, because it's very old and it's very mythical. It's new for me to read dragon in the books right now, because nowadays books are being written on the autobiographies and football characters and etc. But the dragon, which was wise, and I really learned something from them, that family is something that you must always long for, and you must never leave them.
Okay. So you talked about family, right? And the importance of family. So how can you relate that with your personal experience or life experiences so far?
For example, if my friends are inviting me to a party, and on the same day there's a family occasion too, so I will absolutely go to the family occasion, because I know that friends are temporary, but family is permanent.
Can we record this and send this to your mother?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So I'm sure there were some choices that were made by the characters in the book, right?
Yes.
Can you identify any one choice that a character made and then talk about whether you agree with that choice or did not agree, and why?
Yes. So there's a boy named Tom in the book who just arrives in their group. It was not for a long time. And he knows that Stick and Mr. Jasper were related, because he said that he had seen them before. So he leads all the gutterlings to a countryside, to the Mr. Jasper's area, and there they found that the village had been abandoned by the people. Only there was, a woman left, her mother, because Tom said that everyone called his mother a witch. So he said that Sir Jasper took everyone and shut down the brick factory dad was supplying jobs to many of the people. So they caught, and that and there they caught, they were caught by Sir Jasper, and were thrown into the jungle. No, I think they should have stayed there because Stick single-handedly escaped with the dragon. Well,
Okay, cluster 3, please come forward.
Hi everyone. Are you all ready? Shall we assign you the books? Sure. Okay, so we have, this is Mama Parsi, right? So your book is Little Women. Okay. Not so happy about it, I feel. All right. Okay. You are HHS, Merchant of Venice. All right. And the last one, you are Aliabad, the Graveyard Book. Very happy, no? Okay, so the one who is going to give the book talk can go up on the stage. The rest of you can please go back to your seats. The rules are the same. You all will get 5 minutes to work on your book talk, and then you will present, and it will be followed by some questions. Yeah. Have you all settled it? Shall we start the time? Okay, start. Are you all ready? Okay. Begin with. No. We've all begin from this side, right? So let's begin from Aliabad. Unless Happy Home wants to volunteer. Do you want to volunteer? You want to volunteer? Okay, that's perfectly fine then. Thank you for being so brave. Once he says, then you start. All right?
Hello everyone. Today, let's immerse into the classic play by William Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice. Cover art depicts Venice setting or characters such as Shylock mirroring the themes of the play. One of the fascinating traits of the Shylock speech is, if you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? The speech puts attention on the common humanity and will encourage us to consider how we treat each other. Antonio is the protagonist of this play. He's a merchant who borrows money from Shylock, a Jewish money lender. When Antonio is unable to pay the loan, Shylock demands for a pound of flesh, which leads to a very tense courtroom drama. Think about the times you faced prejudice or witnessed it. How did you feel? How did you respond? Well, this play invites you to reflect on these experiences. If you appreciate narratives featuring complex characters and ethical challenges, similar to Games of Thrones or The Hunger Games, you'll likely find this play captivating. I was particularly touched by his analysis of justice, mercy, and the consequences of intolerance. Shakespeare's brilliance in The Merchant of Venice shines through his powerful dialogues and complex characters. His exploration of justice, mercy, and human nature showcases his unmatched storytelling and deep insight into the society. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Can I have your names one again?
Tayyaba Siddiqui.
Okay, Tayyaba. Tayyaba, I have just a few questions for you. First of all, is there any character in the story that you have been appealed to or particularly drawn to that particular character? Is there any?
I was actually impressed by Portia's character, her personality, her cleverness, and quick thinking. Her cleverness, she was very fast in the courtroom scene to find a loophole in the contract that Shylock gave.
Okay, good. How did the author's choice of a language enhance the novel's overall message?
Repeat?
Like, how does the language contribute to the meaning or the message of the story?
Shakespeare's language contribute to the play's meaning, and Shakespeare wanted us to get the idea, and he wanted to highlight the importance of justice and mercy, because in today's time people are being discriminated on the basis of color, status, and religion, as Shylock faced.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Respected judges and my fellow contestants, a very good afternoon to you all. Now, imagine growing up in a time where your future was already decided for you. Marriage, family, duty. But what if you wanted more? That is exactly the story Little Women tells. Written in 1868 by Louisa May Alcott, Little Women is a classical coming-of-age novel set during the American Civil War. It follows the lives of the four Marthe sisters, Meg, Jo, Beth, and Amy, as they navigate through life's challenges, love, loss, ambition, and the harsh realities of growing up. The heart of this story is their family dynamic, shaped by their beloved mother, Marmee, a woman of great wisdom and kindness who holds the family together while their father is away serving in the war. Beyond the March household, we meet Laurie, their charming but very mischievous neighbor who becomes like a brother to them. Although his relationship with Jo takes some rather unexpected turns. Then there's Mr. Lawrence, Laurie's stern but very kind-hearted grandfather who develops a special bond with Beth. Other memorable characters include the hard-working Hannah, their helpful housekeeper who's basically family, and the wealthy and strict Aunt Marge who has her own ideas about what a proper young lady should be like. But Little Women is not just a story about domestic life. It's a novel about ambition, independence, personal growth. It follows the choices women face between love and career, duty and dreams, tradition and change. Jo March, in particular, refuses to succumb to society's expectations, making her one of literature's finest and most enduring feminist icons. So, if you love strong female characters, emotional storytelling, and timeless lessons about family, love, and tradition, I would definitely recommend giving this book a go. So, the only question left is, which Marthe sister are you? Thank you.
Yes. Your name?
Soha Rizvi.
Soha Rizvi. So my first question is, did the novel challenge any of your personal beliefs or viewpoints?
This novel was it was one of my favorites, and it did not exactly challenge any of my beliefs. However, I did find a lot of inspiration from this.
What kind of inspiration?
Such as Jo, she sacrifices a lot for her family and chooses career over other things that might seem less important to her.
Have you ever tried to implement the same thing in your real life situation?
I am trying to currently.
All right. In what way does the story connect with your own life experiences?
Just like in Little Women, there are 4 sisters. I too am the youngest of 3 sisters. So I do relate to it a lot, seeing as though even though Amy is not exactly my favorite character, I do relate to her as she has a lot of potential to be a better character. However, some of the things she did I do not like it.
All right. For example?
She burned her sister's manuscript, which was not very nice.
All right. Okay, the last question. How was the conflict in the story resolved? And did you find it satisfying?
There was not exactly in my opinion, there wasn't exactly a very big conflict. There were some small conflicts that do happen between sisters, like burning the manuscript. So there wasn't exactly a very big conflict, I would say, that had to be solved.
Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ishan Ali Barkataman. I am from Cluster 3 from Aliabad Community School. I am truly grateful for this opportunity to talk about one of the most interesting story, that is The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman. The Graveyard Book by Neil Gaiman is a fantasy novel about a boy named Nobody Owens who is chased by a ghost in a graveyard after his family is murdered by a mysterious man named Jake. As Bode grows up, he learns ghostly abilities like fading, moving through walls, and including his guardian and Mr. and Mrs. Owens protect and educate him throughout his adventure. Bode be a friend of a human girl, encounter ghouls and witches, and uncover the truth about his family murder. In the most exciting part of the story, the Bode faces the main Jake who killed his family. The main Jake is a part of a secret group that killed his family. The Bode faces the main Jake. In the end, he defeats the main Jake. Bode grows older. He starts losing the ghostly abilities, and since he is no longer a child, he must leave the graveyard and live his life into real world. And I will recommend this book because it is a unique and engaging story with strong themes, memorable character, and it is an exciting mix of mystery, adventure, and fantasy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I ask you a few questions?
Yeah,
What's your name again?
Zishan Bargat.
Zishan. So, Zishan, if you could ask a question to the author, what would that be and why?
Why the main Jake killed his family?
Why would you ask this question to him?
Because without any reason, the main Jake killed the Bode family.
Okay. So, if you were in place of that character, what would you do?
There was a time there the Bode was like a baby. Uh, so he could not couldn't fight with the main Jake because he was so powerful.
All right. Okay. So, imagine you are the author and you could change the story. One part of the story could be changed. So, what would that one part be and why?
When the Nobody Owens was crawling down to the graveyard, the scenario I will change. When the Bode was crawling down to the graveyard.
But why would you change it?
Because it will change the all the story.
All right. Okay.
Welcome.
Okay. So my question is, what is the most unexpected twist or a plot development you have read that left a lasting impression? Anyone from the audience who are not participants? Any teacher? Okay.
The book which inspires me the most and which was very twisted was Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, because how Harry overcomes Voldemort, that was like super duper nice, like how he tricked him. He was under the invisibility cloak and Voldemort thought that he was dead.
And by that, he won the Battle of Hogwarts. Thank you.
Very nice. Very well done. Okay. Can I ask this question from teachers? Teachers? If you could step into the world of any book, which one would it be and why?
I would like to step in like Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stones because I really admire the Hogwarts and I want to like when I was young, I wanted to go to Hogwarts.
Nice. Okay. Last question. What book would you like to choose to give as a gift to someone who does not enjoy reading? I hope in hopes for changing their mind.
I would like to give The Secret Garden because The Secret Garden teaches us about friendship and loyalty.
Wow, thank you so much. Can I have attention, please? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome our esteemed guest, Dr. Huma Bakai. Professor Dr. Huma Bakai is Director of Millennium Institute of Technology and Entrepreneurship, Karachi. She has previously served as an Associate Professor of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts and was also a former Associate Dean, Faculty of Business Administration at IBA Karachi. She has been working with both national and international media as an international relation expert and political analyst since 1999. Madam, please come on stage.
I'm not a guest, I'm your host. Assalamu alaikum. You are at the Millennium Institute of Technology and Entrepreneurship. So I'm very much your host and I'm very grateful to the IU school system for choosing MITE as a venue for this great initiative. आप में से कितने लोगों को पता है कि ये global initiative है? पूरी दुनिया में होता है, right? और कहाँ शुरू हुआ ये initiative? कहाँ शुरू हुआ? The smart girl is smart. हाँ? कहाँ शुरू हुआ था? It was Britain, but it really grew when it was taken up by United States. ठीक है ना? So, how many of you want to become rich? I want to become rich. Do you want to become rich? How many of you want to become very rich? How many of you want to become a billionaire? So I have students who are going with their both hands up. Billionaire? Yes! And how do you become a billionaire? Working hard? वो तो मजदूर भी वर्क हार्ड करता है, बेचारे को पैसे नहीं मिलते ज्यादा. What is the rule in the classroom? Classroom का rule क्या है? By having? Sorry? Good jobs! Yeah?
Okay.
So, job ही करनी है, किसी से पैसे मांगने हैं, अपने पैसे नहीं कमाने. आपको, you know what is the सुनना? अच्छा, आप quiet. Shh. Deep breath. You know what is the sunnah? You understand what is sunnah? So the sunnah says, अगर आप कारोबार करेंगे तो 7 हिस्से और नौकरी करेंगे तो 1 हिस्सा. तो good job is just a job, right? Tell you one habit of the billionaires. दुनिया में जितने भी billionaires हैं, उनकी एक habit होती है. And do you know what that habit is? Reading good books, not just reading. तो ये जो हम habit आपके अंदर inculcate करते हैं, to read books, it ensures that you will have a good future. And that includes, by the way, making good money. So you want to make good money? Read. Okay, that's about it. There are a couple of other things that I want to talk to you about. आप लोगों ने campus tour किया है? हाँ, campus tour नहीं कराया डॉक्टर साहब? आप लोग अभी एक काम करें, मैं इनसे रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ, जब आप यहाँ से फ्री हो तो आप हमारे कैंपस का टूर करें. एंड you know, in 2 years or in 3 years, आपको एक बहुत अहम फैसला करना है अपने फ्यूचर के बारे में. करना है? और वो फैसला क्या है? What university you're going to go, what subjects you're going to pick up, which university will prepare you for the tomorrow. क्योंकि आपको पता है कल जो है, you want to say something, sweetheart? बताओ क्या? What do you want to say?
I wanted to say that when I grow up, I'll not only start to go in Pakistani universities to more knowledge like the Chinese and Koreans. I will also go in Korean.
She wants to go to Korea?
Yes.
What if we bring Korea to you? Okay, so that's a fantastic thing. She says मुझे सिर्फ पाकिस्तानी यूनिवर्सिटीज में नहीं पढ़ना, मुझे बाहर की यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी पढ़ना है. आपको पता है कि इस कैंपस में क्या होता है? किसी को पता है? We bring London to you. About 5 or 6 top universities of London, उनकी डिग्री इस यूनिवर्सिटी में आपको मिलती है. और कोई फर्क नहीं है कि आप लंदन जाके वो डिग्री लें कि आप वो डिग्री यहीं से करें. तो जब A levels कर लो तो मेरे पास जरूर आना. ठीक हो गया? Promise? अच्छा, there is just one last thing that I want to say. How many teachers do I have here? Teachers जो पढ़ा रही हैं. Okay, a couple of them. There's just one program that I want to talk to you about, which we offer here, which is called MA Education from University of Hertfordshire. और उसको करने का तरीका, मैं सिर्फ इस प्रोग्राम को पिच करती हूँ और स्पेशली फैकल्टी को और टीचर्स को, जो स्कूल टीचर्स हैं, उनको पिच करती हूँ. क्योंकि आप लोग घर से नौकरी करने निकलते हैं, लेकिन इस नौकरी को करियर बनाना है, उसके लिए आपको अपने आप को अपस्किल करना है. This is a British degree of University of Hertfordshire and this is the only degree जो आपको 6 महीने में मिल सकती है. 6 महीने में आप PG सर्ट कर सकते हैं, 1275 पाउंड्स. फिर 6 महीने बाद डिप्लोमा हासिल कर सकते हैं, 1275 पाउंड्स. और फिर 6 महीने बाद आप मास्टर्स इन एजुकेशन हासिल कर सकते हैं. मास्टर्स इन एजुकेशन के बगैर आप सारी उम्र टीचर तो नहीं रहना ना. हेड ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट भी बनना है, प्रिंसिपल भी बनना है, अपने लिए दरवाजे बाहर की नौकरियों के लिए भी खोलने. दिस इज द की टू दैट. थिंक अबाउट इट. इट्स अ सीरियस डिग्री. माई काउंसलर्स आर अवेलेबल टू स्पीक टू यू. अब एक और मजे की बात बताऊं. and this is exclusively to the teachers. क्योंकि आप मेरे पास तशरीफ लाए और ये मेरा इदारा है, तो जो हमारी फीस है, अगर आप आज की रेफरेंस दे के रजिस्टर करेंगे कि आज आप हमारे पास तशरीफ लाए थे, हम आपसे अपनी फीस नहीं लेंगे, सिर्फ पाउंड फीस लेंगे. You have a question? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, great. So I have one of my students here that always makes me feel very good. I've spent 10 years at Karachi University, then 16 years at IBA, and here I am. And nothing gives me more pleasure than talking to young people. So thank you for coming.
Hello. Thank you so much, ma'am, and for hosting this event and being here. I would like to call Ms. Sidra Kama to please come on the stage for the token of appreciation to present to Dr. Huma. With your claps.
So did you enjoy the competition? I didn't get your voice. Did you enjoy it? My dear students, while waiting for the results, I just wanted to say something to you. Remember, any competition is just not about winning or losing. No matter how many competition you are winning or losing, it's just about the journey, the experience you are having. Is this competition making a positive impact on yourself? Are you becoming the best version of yourself? That's what matters. Let me tell you one thing. We have a wonderful, world-famous writer, Miss J.K. Rowling. Read out her story. She have been rejected 12 times by publisher about her story of Harry Potter. 12 times she have been told that she is not good enough. And at that part of her life, she was a single mother and she was all alone. Even she have to skip her meals just to feed her child. At that part of her time, she didn't give up on her own dreams. Regardless of that, how many times she have been rejected, she kept writing, she kept dreaming, and she kept working hard for herself. And then one day, that happened that a publisher, Bloomsbury, has accepted, and that company has actually published her book, only 500 copies, and they said to J.K. Rowling that we are not sure enough if the world is going to accept this book or not. And here you can see the results. The world did not accept. The world loved that story. She has become the world's most famous writer. So through her story, we can learn that failure is a part of success. We just need to continue dreaming, and we just need to believe in ourselves. We just continue going, okay? So while going home, just realize yourself that how positive this competition has impact on you. And do not feel bad for yourself if you do not make up for yourself today. Now I would like to invite judges. Please come on the stage and give us your feedback.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was an honor, to be surrounded by the readers. The only thing I dread, I fear the companies of the reader, because they are quite dominating. They have the weapons of knowledge. They can dominate anybody, irrespective of the age, gender. So see, you are the future. If you have the habit of reading, you have got everything in your plate. But especially at the age of ChatGPT, where we can put down everything and then get the summary of it. Still, if you are reading, I really mean it, that you are excelling in your life. Like, thank you for being readers, right? Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to talk about two important things. Number one, there were times it was pretty tough to decide like which one is better or which one should be given more points. The second thing was, well, apart from this, like even those who couldn't make it, they should not lose hope. It's not about like winning or losing only. Just think about this part, like the way you have been involved in reading, the efforts which you made. So it's basically the culture, reading culture, that should, foster, and you should make more efforts to read more and more. And you know what? If you read a lot, it enhances your intellectual level. Like there will be a big difference, between the people, those who read and those who don't read. That reading makes you something like that could make you stand out. So that's all I want to tell you. Thank you.
So I'll continue with what Sir has just said. I want you all to raise your right hand. Can everyone do that? Raise your right hand. And put it on your left shoulder. Unless you have pain in your hands, I'm sure you can do it. Pat yourselves, because you all have done a wonderful job today. Okay? Regardless of whether you win or lose, you all have done an amazing job. And this goes for the teachers and the management of IU school system as well for pulling this off in such a beautiful manner. So great job. It's important that you continue to read, because as the previous speaker who came here said, that if you continue to read, what will you become? Leader, and you will be able to billionaire, right? So continue doing that, and inshallah you will be the successful leaders of our nation tomorrow. All right?
Thank you so much, judges, for giving your feedback. Now, I would like to call Ma'am Sidra Kamar to give them token of appreciation.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you gon' find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold, breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name, cause there's gonna be a day when you're sitting in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. Cause you burn with the cross flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Make yourself and you go find yourself. Sitting in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. Cause you burn with the cross flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold, breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name, cause there's gonna be a day when you're sitting in the Hall of Fame.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call our esteemed guest, Mr. Abbas Hussain. Sir, please come on the stage.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Abbas Hussain is the Managing Director of Teachers Development Center. He is a seasoned educationist with a profound commitment to transforming education in Pakistan, holding a master's degree in English literature from University of Karachi and MA in TESOL from University of Manchester. Abbas combines his academic prowess with a wealth of professional experience. He has also received professional training from University of Pittsburgh, Toronto, and Chicago. Thank you. Okay. He has presented papers at UNICEF Regional Conference, Kathmandu, Nepal. His lectures and talks have been appreciated at Houston, Dallas, London, Boston, and New York. Sir, please share your thoughts.
Assalamu alaikum. People say that you have only one life. People say we have only one life. No. If you can read, you can live many lives. You can be Harry Potter. You can be James Bond. You can be Sherlock Holmes. You can be Perry Mason. For a little while, you can lose yourself in the imagination of this fantastic world and then come back to the normal daily life of bijli, pani, gas, or unke sare masail, or unke problems. Books are just absolutely remarkable. They are windows to another world. If you think about this, बचपन में तो शायद इतना महसूस ना हो because उसका अपना एक मसला है. But to all the senior teachers and to all the people, if you take a look at our normal life, it's quite boring. The day-to-day life. सुबह उठना है, नाश्ता करना है, कपड़े इस्त्री करने हैं, स्कूल जाना है, चलो स्कूल नहीं जाना तो पढ़ाने जाना है, पढ़ने जाना, ऑफिस जाना है, कम्यूट के मसाइल, हसन स्क्वायर पे यूनिवर्सिटी रोड खुदा पड़ा है बहुत दिनों से, पानी बंद है, बिजली वगैरह. Day to day life is extremely boring. But if you are able to read, if you are able to take away your attention from the daily boredom to, and now the universe is open. If you want to, you may not know Greek, but Plato is available in English. You may not know Norwegian, but Ibsen is available in English. You may not know Persian, but Rumi is available in English. You may not know Sindhi, but Shah Latif is available in English. So if you are able to read people who are way into the past, of any time, any culture, any language, any century, any continent at all, they are available to you, to talk to you, to give them to you the best of their thinking and their hearts and their minds. What can be more enriching? What can be more wonderful? देखें अपनी ज़बान में मैं गालिब मिर्ज़ा असदुल्ला खां गालिब से मिल नहीं सकता. गालिब दुनिया में नहीं, ही इज नो मोर. लेकिन क्योंकि गालिब ने अपनी तन्हाई में कुछ नुकूश छोड़े कागज पे, कुछ अल्फाज लिखे किताब में, और वो किताब आज दीवाने गालिब में अवेलेबल है, तो आज गालिब ना सही लेकिन गालिब के अफकार और उसके सोच मेरी दुनिया को वसी कर गए. क्या जबरदस्त तोहफा है ये. व्हाट एन इनक्रेडिबल गिफ्ट. मैं विंस्टन चर्चिल की स्पीचेस के वक्त मौजूद न था जब वो इंग्लैंड को इंस्पायर कर रहे थे आफ्टर द सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर. लेकिन आज मैं 100 ग्रेट स्पीचेस की किताब उठाता हूँ और मैं विंस्टन चर्चिल के अल्फाज को पढ़ता हूँ तो मैं उसी सोच, उसी इमोशन पे आ जाता हूँ. व्हाट अ ग्रेट गिफ्ट. सो मैं माजी में जा सकता हूँ, हाल में रह सकता हूँ, मैं मुस्तकबिल में जा सकता हूँ. मैं जो ग्रेट फिलोसोफर्स हैं उन्होंने विजन्स दिए हैं कि अगर एक आइडियल सोसाइटी हो तो कैसी हो. एक बहुत बड़ी किताब प्लेटो, द रिपब्लिक. 2500 साल हुए लेकिन उस जैसी दुनिया भी आई नहीं, लेकिन एक ख्वाब तो है ना. तो फ्रेंड्स, all this incredible material, all this wisdom is available. और किताब पढ़ने के पीछे आज नई नस्ल कहती है, सर आप ये तो बातें कर रहे हैं लेकिन हम तो इसके ऊपर पढ़ते हैं. मे बी थोड़ा सा, even I do. I have a tablet and I have books on it when I'm traveling. I can't carry the actual books, they are very weighty, so I have one of these. But no. Nothing. By the way, हर चीज़ है भी नहीं उस पे. Nothing replaces the book. देखिए, सिंपल सी चीज़, इसको पढ़ने के लिए सिर्फ रोशनी चाहिए. वो रोशनी बल्ब की हो, सूरज की हो, लालटेन की हो, बिजली के खंबे की हो. कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं, कोई कनेक्टिविटी नहीं, कोई चार्जर नहीं, कोई रिचार्ज नहीं. जस्ट ओपन ऑन एनी पेज. बुक्स के साथ एक और बहुत बड़ा कमाल है, वो है टाइम. टाइम, यू कैन प्ले विद टाइम. व्हाट इज दैट? देखिए, इस किताब में एक टाइम अंडरस्टूड है जो पेज 1 से लेके पेज 307 तक चलता है. लेकिन मैं मजबूर नहीं हूं कि मैं पहले पेज से शुरू करूं और आखिरी पेज पे जाऊं इसी तरतीब पे. मैं एक चैप्टर देख करके कह सकता हूं, एक मिनट, लेट मी सी ये साहब आगे क्या कहते हैं, एंड आई पिक अप 100 पेजेस एंड जंप स्ट्रेट थ्रू. आई कैन मैनिपुलेट टाइम. मैं वक्त के साथ खेल सकता हूं. मैं मुसन्निफ से ज़्यादा तेज़ी से वक्त में आगे जा सकता हूं और मैं पीछे भी जा सकता हूं. अरे एक मिनट, उन्होंने ये बात पहले भी कही हुई थी. एक मिनट, वेयर इज इट नाउ? ये चीज़ इस चीज़ पे मुमकिन नहीं. यू कांट गो बैक. इट्स very clumsy. You can, it is very clumsy. It doesn't work. But जितनी आसानी से और तेजी से मैं ये कर सकता हूँ, actual physical book का कोई नेमुल बदल नहीं. तो बस जी, as you know, I'm on my favorite subject. जो लोग मुझे जानते हैं. मेरा ज़ाती किताबी कलेक्शन तारिक रोड पर मेरा दफ्तर है. 13,000 किताबें हैं, 13,000 बुक्स, पर्सनल कलेक्शन, माई ओन. या आज मैं जो भी हूँ, जिस भी महफिल में बुलाया जाता हूँ, वो इसलिए है कि मैं कुछ बड़े लोगों की बातों को जानता हूँ, वरना मैं तो वही हूँ. आई एम अ सन ऑफ पाकिस्तानी Muslim parents. My father worked in a shoe store on Metro Shoes, Tariq Road. My mother was a housewife. She was educated up to grade 7 in her time, long time ago. She was able to read the Gujarati language and a bit of Urdu, not much. My father was able to read English and Urdu and Gujarati. No, it was not. I'm a humble man. I'm a simple person. But अगर आज हमें याद किया प्रेसिडेंट ओबामा ने कि आइए हमारे साथ नाश्ता करें वॉशिंगटन में, तो वो शुक्रिया इसी का था. अगर हमें मैनचेस्टर यूनिवर्सिटी में वाइस चांसलर साहब ने याद किया इन अक्टूबर लास्ट ईयर, तो उसका कमाल यही था. तो इसी के नतीजे में हमने सफ़र किया दुनिया भर में, 26 ममालिक. इसी के नतीजे में हम बहुत बड़े लोगों से मिले. हम लायक न थे, इन किताबों ने हमें लायक कर दिया. तो तमाम बच्चों से जो एक स्ट्रेट मैसेज है, रीड रीड, ये पहला हुक्म. और बाकी सब इन द बुक सब लोग यही कहते हैं, इकरा से हर चीज शुरू होती. मैं जरा सा एक बात आगे की कर दूं. परवरदिगार ने बहुत सारी चीज़ों के बारे में ये कहा है कि ये एक्सेस जो है, टू मच जो है, ये बुरा है. अल्हाकुमुत तकासुर, ये तकासुर जो है, एक्सेस, ये हलाकत है, ये तबाही है. सिवाय इल्म के. इल्म के बारे में कहा, रब्बे ज़िदनी इल्मा, ऐ मेरे रब मेरे इल्म में इजाफा कर. ये वाहिद चीज़ है जिसकी ज़्यादती से कभी इंसान थकता नहीं. ये बहुत लतीफ़ पॉइंट है फ्रेंड्स, ज़रा सा आप इस पे गौर कीजिए. हमारे 5 सेंसेस हैं, वी हैव द 5 सेंसेस. हर एक में थकावट है. वी गेट टायर्ड विद द सेम थिंग. आपको जितना भी अच्छा शरबत पीने को मिले, आफ्टर 3 ग्लासेस ये से अच्छा बस बहुत हुआ. आपको जितना भी अच्छा खुशबू सूंघने को मिल जाए, आफ्टर अ लिटिल व्हाइल यू डोंट फील इट एट ऑल. आपको जितनी भी अच्छी आंख के लिए पेंटिंग दिखाई जाए, कुछ अरसे बाद आप कहते हैं अच्छा बस ठीक, देख थक गया. आपको जितना भी अच्छा म्यूजिक सुनाया जाए, आफ्टर सम टाइम इट गेट्स बोरिंग. देयर इज अ satiation to all senses, but there is no limit to knowledge. There is no limit to knowledge. और ये वो चीज़ है जो तमाम किताबें मुझे ऑफर करती हैं. रब्बे ज़िदनी इल्मा, ऐ मेरे रब मेरे इल्म में इजाफा कर. ये नॉर्मली इसका तर्जुमा है, लेकिन मैं इससे भी बेहतर एक तर्जुमा करता हूँ. एग्जैक्टली ये तर्जुमा ठीक नहीं है, ऑल्दो हर जगह लिखा हुआ है. रब्बे ज़िदनी इल्मा, ऐ मेरे रब मेरे इल्म में इजाफा कर. नो, अगर एग्जैक्टली ये अरबिक में होता तो ये होता रब्बे ज़िद इल्मी. It should have been this, Arabic में, मेरे इल्म में इजाफा कर. It should have been this, but it is not. Allah Ta'ala is saying something much greater and deeper. Allah Ta'ala is saying, मुझ में इजाफा कर इल्म की खातिर. Wow. Think about this. देखिए अल्लाह ताला ये नहीं कह रहे हैं जैसा कि इंसान कहता है कि यार अब मेरा बर्तन आधा भरा हुआ है, इसमें इजाफा कर ताकि ये फुल हो जाए. ये तो हर इंसान दुआ मांग सकता. अल्लाह ताला से हम एक्चुअली ये कह रहे हैं, मेरे बर्तन में इजाफा कर. लेट माई वेसल बी बिगर, नॉट फिल माई वेसल. सी द डिफरेंस. एक ये है कि मेरा बर्तन की साइज फिक्स है, अभी कम भरा हुआ है, इसको ज्यादा भर दें. ओके, लेकिन एक ये है कि expand my capacity itself. So friends, expand your capacity. Good luck. Thank you.
So audience, are you ready to listen results? I can't hear you, are you? Okay, I would like to call all the judges on stage to present the results. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call Madam Sidra Kamar and Sarabas Hussain to come on stage and give certificates and gifts to the winners.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best.
So which cluster shall we begin with? All right. So let's begin with cluster 1. Winner or runner-ups? All right. So we'll begin with the runner-ups. Sir Adnan, we would request if you can also please join in. Okay, so in cluster 1, which school do you think has come as runner-up? Okay, so may I announce? Yes, all right. So building blocks. Can we have building blocks cluster 1 team up on the stage, please? And can we request all of you to please give them a round of applause?
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the
Teachers of building blocks are also requested to please kindly join them.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking it, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You could beat the world, you could beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah.
Moving on to cluster 2, the runner-up is Mama Parsi School. The teachers are also requested to kindly accompany their team.
Banging on your chest. You could beat the world, you could beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself. Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You could beat the world, you could beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the God's flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold.
I don't remember. For cluster 3, the runner-up is Happy Homeschool.
You can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
I request the teachers to also accompany the team, please. And may I request everyone to give them a round of applause.
You can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the God's flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. 'Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
Okay, coming now to the winners. For cluster 1, I asked them.
He is good for this. We are good with it. He's doing great.
Okay, so for cluster 1, who is the winner? I am the winner. Okay, so Habib Public School.
Talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the God's flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. 'Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame.
Moving on to cluster 2. Any guesses? It's SMS Aga Khan School.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the God's flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold, breaking all the records.
Last but not the least, cluster 3. And the winner is. And the winner is. And the winner is. Mama Parsi School.
You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the God's flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold, breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name, 'cause there's gonna be a day when you. Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
Miss Sidra, please come on stage and give us the thank you note.
Can you guys hear? Assalamu alaikum everyone. Can I have 2 minutes? I'll keep it very short. Thank you everyone for making this event possible. I would truly like to thank all the teachers, principals from all different schools that participated for Battle of the Book, and also they have been participating for the previous years as well. Thank you so much for making it possible. I would like to thank our judges for, staying here all day and doing this hard work. Your feedback was invaluable for us. And I would like to thank our esteemed guests for being a part of this Battle of the Books. And I would like to add on to what Samad Saab had said. We do need to expand our vessels to, get more education. And it is true कि जितनी तालीम हासिल कर लें कम है. लेकिन आजकल के दौर में ये मसला है कि overflow of information is a problem for our kids. And we need to try कि हम at least comprehension पे focus करें. And that is why we started Battle of the Books few years ago. And this is why we want more and more schools to come up on this stage and start making this a habit for students to not only read, क्योंकि पढ़ बहुत लोग रहे हैं और कंटेंट भी बहुत सारे लोग बच्चे कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, बट इट्स जस्ट माइंडलेस स्क्रॉलिंग एंड वी नीड टू इंश्योर कि जो वो पढ़ें या जो वो सुने वो उसको समझें भी, बिकॉज अदरवाइज वी आर सेटिंग आवरसेल्फ एंड आवर फ्यूचर जनरेशन फॉर फेलियर. Thank you so much for being here, and inshallah to see you guys next year as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, I would like to call IUSS student winner on stage, and the rest of the students, please do not go, as we are going to give you certificates after presenting IUSS students. IUSS students winner, please come on stage.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name.
Ma'am Zara, would you please come on stage? Ma'am Zara. We would like to welcome Ma'am Zara for coming on stage and giving the appreciation to students. We also would like to call Miss Khatija on stage. And congratulations to students for winning the Battle of Books.
Talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
May I request Miss Sidra Kamar to please come on the stage for a group photo? May I request Miss Sidra Kamar to please come on stage for a group photo? Please give her a big round of applause.
You can break rocks, you could be a master. Don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. 'Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. You can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. 'Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. What a day it was. I'm sure you all are taking an experience that you will never forget. Thank you very much for being a part of this wonderful tradition that IUSS has started. And your certificates are being given away, so please wait for the certificates. Secondly, those who have left their lunch, please take it away from the place where you left it. And thank you very much for coming. I would also request Ma'am Sidra, Sir Abbas Hussain, Sir Adnan to come again with my heads and my team, Zilehoma, Tuba and Mohsin. Shayan is also here to have a good picture. Please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Talk the guy, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame.
All the IUSS people over here, please come on the stage.
Best. Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk the guy, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. Be the King Kong banging on your chest. You could beat the world, you could beat the war. You can talk the guy, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. Every other walls of the Hall of Fame. You can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the chain car hanging on your chest. You can be the hero, you can be the war. You can be a giant.